Hello. Is everything working? It looks like it is. My ball band, the past couple of days, has been really good. So, fingers crossed it stays that way. I've been streaming, just doing the holding card, at 2000 kilobits. So, and it's not lost any frames. Normally that's like twice as good as I'd normally have, so hopefully it stays that way, which means I can do some nice high quality streaming. So I could go higher maybe. I mean, I thought I'd just try 2000 because that should be enough anyway. Yeah, this morning it's at 8 AM. So hi Ray, Dave, Peter, Christian, Marty, Ian, how's it going? Have I missed anyone? Not yet. So let's try and get myself all organised. I don't like the way the chat sits right down the bottom here. I almost kind of want to put it in the top window up here. Then I'm looking up like this all the time. I don't know. Because I'm looking down here and the camera's up here. I don't want to be trying to look towards the camera, you know. Hey Andy. So yeah, so far broadband's behaving. Hopefully it stays that way and it doesn't get jinxed by me saying it's good. I'm still waking up. And at least I remember this time to use my Danger Mouse cup. I basically spent the past week tinkering with that Datron from last time. I don't feel like I've actually achieved that much. It works. As far as like the display issues go, that's all sorted out now. It's looking really good. I'll show you that in a minute. But it feels like I've wasted an awful lot of time. And I've got a project here which I need to fix behind me. We might do that. I'm tempted. It's not mine. It's one of these Electrofusion welders. It's seriously fried. I've got some parts of derived which are sitting up here in a bag. So we might have a look at that. It's I'm not confident about fixing it. I think it's had some power supply issues when it's been used and it's fried the processor, I think. I've got two units on the same job site, both have got faults and both look like processor problems, so it's not looking good. We'll see how we go with those. I may have looked. I mean, I've already looked at one of them and I said it's basically fried, forget it. The other one, I can see there's a part which has failed, so well, I can tell there's a part which has failed because it's outputting power all the time, constantly, despite it shouldn't be being told to do that. So I think that it's got a Darlington array. I think it's a Darlington array. There's an IC in there which is basically a transistor array, and that is my first suspicion on that. So I might look at pulling the thing apart on stream and replacing that part. Hey Andrew. So the Datron. It's been pretty successful. I redesigned the 3D printed parts for the annunciators. So the original ones I had, I'll just throw them away, with little clear, completely clear bits which I then painted, right, which showed you last time. Actually I'm going to do this. Let's pull this up. Maybe just get myself set up over here and I'll show you something. I've changed something on here. I've got a HDMI set up now, which used to be for the microscope, but now it is my camera. So I can show you stuff using my camera, which is the same as what you'd see on stream. Or the same as you'd see if I'm recording video. Right, so that's the original part there. Yeah. That's what I made originally, which really looks pretty bad. Right, I painted around inside that, try and get light up and stuff like that. But yeah, so that's what I originally did with the transparent plastic, then paint it. And what I've now made is a bit different. It's the same frame principle. Focus again, it's not, is it? Yeah. Same frame principle. I do have audio and stuff, don't I? Yeah, hopefully. I haven't actually built another spare one yet. I'm going to be. I'm going to be building a bunch of these. I do have one spare one. I'll take that back. And this is what I've got now. Well, you can see it's much nicer. So that's how it comes out now. So what I did basically is I did a different design. So that was based on having raised up text, like proud text, so it's sticking above, and I relied on that to try and get the paint around it. Right, that's why I designed it that way. This time I 3D printed in reverse, and I actually sunk the text in. So the text is in the clear, and then above that, so it's transparent back. And I basically did a dual print. So I printed first in clear, and then on the last couple of layers I printed in black. And the clear has got the recessed text in it as well, so it's actually in little holes inside there. So if I angle, we still get a bit of a profile from it, and that's come out quite nicely. So I've basically done that, and I also redesigned. Well, that is working kind of okay. I've done the same kind of redesign on the plus and minus symbol as well. Oh, did I just drop some bits into the? Yeah, I did. Plus and minus symbol as well, same kind of deal. Redesign that as well, same principle, kind of. So this one didn't have to have so much complexity to it. So this one is basically some transparent inserts inside a frame. That's basically what I did here. Alright, so that is much simpler to do. I didn't have to do any weird complex printing. It's just something transparent, something in the frame in black. And there's the frame. Right, so that's the actual frame it uses. So yeah, so I'm going to print out a bunch of those. I've already got some done, as you can see here. So my intention is to build up all of the boards I've got, all 10 of those boards, and I'll set off the ones I don't use. And then when I need some more boards, I'll use the new revision for me, which has got a few corrections on it, which is to do things like spacing apart the top and bottom of the plus symbol, the actual LEDs. They're a little bit close together, so I'm moving a bit further apart. I fixed that issue with the annunciators being reversed on the was it millivolts and AC ranges. I just had to do some jumper wires on the back of the board there. A couple of little things, wasn't much, but yeah. So let's power this thing up and I'll show you on camera what it looks like. Try and get it so the light isn't completely destroying the image. If you want to turn it off, use a different light. Okay, so this camera's set up for quite a lot of bright lighting, so it might be a little bit grainy. So you've got the unshot here, and also that one over there, all looking good. So see, it comes up pretty nice now. I've got a jumper in there, hold on, let's plug this in. So that's all looking good. Very happy with that, it comes out quite cleanly. So this has got a few little quirks on it, like it's a bit noisy. I've been replacing some caps on it. I've actually run out of caps for this board over here. I'm waiting for those to arrive, so I can't finish it until those arrive. But I think it needs a bit of a tweak to the calibration, but I'm not too sure how serious it is. It's pretty close anyway. But it's basically seems to be working. So main thing is these annunciators are looking pretty good. I'm happy with those. I'm getting some little glitches, I suppose, on some LEDs sometimes. Sometimes you see little flickers on LEDs, maybe a really bright one actually. Often you see a little flicker in here. Don't think the camera will catch it, but I'm not seeing it at the moment. But sometimes just see a tiny little, really dim little flicker across the whole lot. All these annunciators, obviously they're very sensitive to the noise and digital circuitry, where there's some slight pulses there going on. But it's basically working. Maybe I'll turn it off again, so leave it sitting there. Right. Have that in there. Yeah, let's try and catch up. Very in there. Well, yeah, now you can see the on-screen graphics of the camera. I can actually turn those off. Yeah, I've run out of caps. I've ordered about $200 worth of capacitors, so yeah, and that's not actually that many either. It's not that many caps, because of their being axial capacitors, so they're a bit more expensive than the radial type, a bit rarer. So yeah, they cost a lot more, unfortunately. Hi Hank, here's again. Yeah, so there'll be some my bag videos with some bunch of capacitors turning up soon. But yeah, I'm very pleased with that. That came out really well. Let's just go back to the camera. Hold on a second. Let's just turn on this bloody. Where's the display? That one. There you go. It's all off now. Should have done it before, shouldn't I? This means I can't see what's going on the monitor, because what I'm doing, my camera's outputting HDMI. I've got an HDMI splitter which goes to the monitor, which I use to see what I'm doing, because the screen on the thing is so small. It's a nice screen, but it's small, and it makes it really hard to see if it's focused. And obviously focusing is quite important. So I run that to a big monitor over here. Well, it's not a big, it's probably, I don't know, 24 inches, something like that. So I can then see the focusing and get that stuff right. Don't always get it right, but usually I actually pay attention to it. And then that's obviously splitting off to my computer to try and show you guys. I thought I'd give that a go. I wanted to do that last time, but I didn't quite have the cables I needed. I might have to rejig a few things. So yeah, I'm pretty pleased with the Datron. That's come up really nice. So it basically seems to work. The testing I've done so far, I haven't actually done proper voltage checks all across the range, or even check the AC or resistance ranges yet, but they seem to be functioning okay. So I think the main reason it got shut out is the display being broken. So, well, it didn't get shut out, but disposed of. It wasn't free. It cost me, was it about, I think it's $250 US. I think I paid for that, something like that, plus postage. Hey, oh, you missed it. Oh, you have to rewind. It's looking good. I've done the display. I don't know, Vladimir, but sometimes you have to see what you're doing, and if I can't see whether the thing's blurry or not, it's no good if I'm recording video and I can't go back and do it again, because it's already been fixed. You know, I have to. Basically, a lot of stuff I've recorded, I've got one shot of doing it. Not always. Sometimes I can re-record bits if I know that I've made something, a bit dumb, made some stupid mistake. Then sometimes I can re-record, but it depends on what I'm doing. Often I'm trying to capture stuff as I'm doing it, and it's like there's only one chance to get it. If I get it wrong, then that's what comes out. So yeah, I haven't even looked at the other Datron yet, apart from that time where we basically just try to see if it powered up. I don't know what situation that's got. I think it kind of works, that one. That one's slightly more expensive. I think I paid $50 more for that one, which seems to work. So I've been recapping this one, and I've recapped all the power supply. I've also stripped out the power supply, so all the 100, well, sorry, I keep saying this, minus 175 volt power supply, I've stripped out. I've taken all the regulators out, resistors, Zener diodes, all the transistors. I've stripped it all out. So the main thing I was doing there is because it doesn't need any of that in there anymore, and there's a little bit less loading on the transformer, a little bit less heat and stress on it, which probably helps it to last a bit longer. Also, these have a tendency to blow the bridge rectifiers. So all the bridge rectifiers in these are known for being a bit flaky. It's a standard part. I think it's just with age of failing. It's actually quite fun. I've seen people on eBay selling pulled bridge rectifiers on these things. It's like, well, why would you put a used one in? It's just a bridge rectifier. You can get a brand new one which is slightly better spec for less money. Anyway. Oh, you can hear my cat in the background, can you? Well, one of the cats. We've got three. Well, I've got three. My wife's got one. They're all a bit noisy sometimes. So 4 cats between us. Right, is that done? Hey Joe, how's it going? So the enunciators for the millivolts, ohms, that sort of stuff, and the plus and minus, as I showed, if you saw that bit, they're transparent. So it's transparent PLA. It's the same stuff I actually used when I built this thing. So this thing here. Alright, this is my sub counter, which used to be in the background of my videos until it broke. Well, until YouTube decided to change the way they did the sub counts, and it wasn't really meaningful anymore. And I actually do mean to get back onto this and get it working again. Probably scrape a web page or something and get the counts off that instead. But yeah, I'm going around to that. Yes, put another future project, but it's the same transparent PLA, same stuff. I can see how translucent that is. So that's actually what I've used for the enunciators. And then obviously just got some black PLA and just basically I stopped the print, paused it before it finished. I mean, I was a couple of layers from the end, and then paused it, changed the filament out, purged it all out. If I was going the other way, if I was going from black to transparent, to purge it, and then just printed a couple of layers of black on the top, so it's got a skin of black to do the text detail. You hate cats? Ah, Adam, what's wrong with you? You don't hang out Paul Daniels, do you? Paul Daniels' channel? You'll be disappointed. Hey Andy, how's it going? Right. Yeah, so the let's just carry on catching it on, yeah. Well, yeah, but well, when the 1062 is ready, what I'll do with it? Well, I've already got one here. Right there, there's a 1062, one of the ones I fixed before. I've got the LS101 for sale. That's on a local auction site called Trade Me. That's for sale on there. And I've got obviously this one, which I'm just tinkering around with right now. I think it's got some issues, possibly with optocouplers. I'm not sure, because when you first turn it on, it's very noisy readings, and after 5 minutes or so, it starts settling down. I didn't really notice that with my other ones, so I think there might have some issues with optocouplers on that one. Potentially, I'm not sure. Could be something else. And I've also got another one as well, which is in pretty good condition. It's got the proper feet and everything on it, and the slide-out card, which none of the other units have got. So I'm probably gonna, most likely, I'll take the case of that one and put it onto this one. Oh, this one's pretty good. It's fully refurbished, new battery and everything in it. You know, I did a lot of work on that one. I think it's had power supply problems, remember rightly. But these two, not too bad. Apart from that, I had a broken screen, which was actually quite a good thing because that's something I had in mind about if I ever picked up Datron with a broken screen, I'd be using it for parts. And I was thinking, well, when we had that issue last week, it's like, well, a couple of weeks ago now, well, it's not that hard to make something better. So we did that instead, which is great because now I've actually got something to contribute as well. Other people could potentially be benefiting by my boards. I'll sell some. I've got to figure out how much it actually costs them to make them because I'll sell them as a assembled board, ready to go. Because I can test them as well before they go to make sure the board works. And I have to send like some instructions or something about how to modify the Datron to work with that board. Because the digital board, or the driver board, needs some modifications done to it, as we did last week a little bit. And obviously the high voltage supply and stuff like that needs sorting out. So that it has to be done before the board goes in. So if I'm going to sell something, I'm going to have to do some instructions to go with it. It's a bit of work. So I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to sell them for. I don't know what it'll be. But it has to at least be worth a while for the hassle of all the parts, assembling the boards, testing, writing instructions and stuff like that. So we'll see. I don't know myself. I don't know. I might not sell that many of them. Who knows? I might only sell a couple if I'm lucky. Cats guardians in the underworld. Oh dear. Teacher hours. Oh well. I mean, I've had dogs. I just prefer cats. They're much less work. Yeah. Not as disgusting either in many ways. Apart from the vomiting, you get the occasional vomiting. But then you get that dogs too, I suppose. But yeah. Old hairball thing. Right. So yes, this worked out really well. I'm pretty happy with that Datron. Shall I show you the 3D models? I'll pull it up and show you the CAD stuff I did. This isn't public. This is it's still on my Tinkercad page. I haven't put these on my Thingiverse page. Like anything I'm going to do publicly, I'll chuck on Thingiverse. So so people can just do them themselves or make them themselves. But because this only relates to my own board, I haven't publicly made these available. Didn't see much point. Where are we? Let's look at this one and that one there. And that one there. I redesigned the feet for the HP yesterday as well. I did a foot a few years ago. I think I did it actually, a couple of years ago. It's one of the first things I designed. So that's really, really basic. It's based on somebody else's design. I just modified it to suit. I'll show you that. Yeah. Alright, so let's get up here, top screen. Click on the right thing, there we go. So this is the HP foot, which I had a bit of play with. Let's get here so I can show you that. Come on, it's a bit slow. Alright, so it doesn't look anything like the original HP feet, but functionally it should be the same. Should be. So the original part, which I copied this from, basically, you can just see this outline here, around here. That square was the original foot, had these posts on it, which were just straight up posts with screw mountings. So you had to screw it on from inside the casing, which isn't truly like the HP feet. So I modified it, added these little hooks on here, which is more like the HP ones, the original ones. So you can slide it into a casing. And I made this clip-in piece here like this as well, so you can pop the thing in and out, and you just get like a stick of screwdriver under this edge, and then you can lever it down, and you can get the feet back out. Right? It's got this locking mechanism in that bit. The original HP feet actually have this system on the double feet here, on the double posts. So it's actually on those on the original feet, but I put it on the other end because it was simpler. Now, what I'd actually done is I'd basically left the original piece, that squared section, as the original design. That's what I'd designed originally. And someone emailed me yesterday saying, "Hey, I like the feet, but can you change them?" And I said, "No, that seems like a good idea," because I was actually saying on my original one that I did intend to come back and revisit it later on and make these basically duplicate HP feet. I was going to try and model them to be exactly the same as the original ones, and basically make copies of the original ones. Anyway, I thought, I've got, I spent an hour or so on this. I think maybe an hour just tinkering with this, and this is what I ended up coming up with. So I've just got these, got a solid back on it. Can't see it too well under here, but solid back across the back there, and these two bits that come down. Right, the reason I've done that is so you can still get into here with the screwdriver to pop that foot out, because it might be that you've got a front panel that comes along this edge potentially. So it can be a front panel comes across there, and you can shove a screwdriver up through here and still reach that side. That's why I kept it at the bottom open. It could be a bit tricky to print as well because it's got this very small gap just here. Just, you can maybe just see it there. Just here is a gap. I've had to allow for, that's based on measurements, so the bits of gear I measured, you've got these little lips that go into the locking slot on the front of bits of gear, so you can stack gear and then slide it off, which is what the Quest was as well. But if you actually measure from those feet, well, the bottom of those slots to usually the top of the casing, it's usually 1/2 mil difference in depth. So I've actually put that 1/2 mil on here as well, so that these are slightly lower than that. So it's replicating the original HP feet, although the HP feet actually got a bigger gap than that. They got, I think it's about a millimetre instead. So, yes, that's what I've done. They look a bit weird, I suppose, but functionally they should be the same. Dimension-wise, they should be the same. I haven't printed one out yet. I haven't actually tested it. I think the guy which emailed me is actually giving it a go. I could have done things like optimise the design, hollow these out and that sort of stuff to make them less material, but he is filling in the mesh filling inside the CAD anyway, so in the slicer to minimise what plastic goes into the part. But yeah, dimension wise, like from this foot here to these locking pins, they should be the same as the original HP feet, things like that. Also, the original ones have got this bar goes right across the whole thing, it's solid. But I've done it a little bit differently. But dimensionally, they should be very similar. Should be the same height from like the base of this to here and to this piece here. They should be basically the same height as the original HP feet. So, well, at least it's that height there because that's what it actually sits on. So it should be the same dimension there, 15.4 mil. Yeah. So that's that one. So we've got chat. Is it feasible to put the mods on the board to make it a drop-in replacement? Most of the modifications have been related to voltage conversions. Some of it could be put on there, like the resistor networks that pull the lines up and down. That could be put on that board. So you'd have to modify those parts. I did kind of toy with the idea a little bit, but not too much. So there's the frame. I'm going to go into the 3D view of that. There's the annunciator sign. So yeah, it's just a basic frame, as you can see. You can probably see it better now. So it's got the slots in here for the positive symbol and that slot there for the negative symbol. Right, and this is just cut out to save material, make it quicker to print. Doesn't actually need to have any of that solid. It could be solid all the way, but it doesn't need to be. It's wasting material. And there's the symbol part which goes into it. So it prints the symbol in one go. Right, so you can see it's printed as 3 separate pieces. These 2 bits are basically identical. And they just drop in. So it prints those out, and they're pretty small. And they just drop into these. And actually press fit. I've made it all press fit so it holds itself in. And then we've got the enunciator section. So you can see in here I've got this text still recessed in. See how it prints? So it's basically a block with recessed text. And this is just a guidepost. So when it gets to that level, so when it stops printing that post, that's when I'll change the filament. That way I've got a level of transparent and then a bit of black on top of that. So I've done that quite early on. When I did the one I've got on my unit now, that was only 2 layers, and it's a little bit thin. You can still see a little bit of light bleed on it. So I actually made it slightly thicker. I think it's about 4 layers now, something like that. It's not much in it. Maybe 5 layers. So that's definitely a nice solid black then. And yeah, it's okay. One of the little things I didn't like, well, what I did in here is I thickened up the text a little bit to make it thicker, to add more boldness to it. There's bolder text. And what it actually does this little quirk in here, does these. So what I've actually done is I've cut out, you see these little triangles everywhere. Well, when I went bold with the text and thicken it up, it's done this little thing, but it actually did it all the way up, so it's the full height. And I end up getting little blocks of hole, as it were, and just took them back out again to try and minimise how much there is. There's still a little bit there. I left it there like that so I can see they're there, so I don't forget about it. They're at such a height that it doesn't actually matter, but the M was quite bad. I'll show you that one. So the M's got quite a bad, you know, if I left those in there, you can see how much they would have stuck right up. So, because that's in a transparent layer, it doesn't actually matter. So I've just left that little bit there. But you can see I basically put a block over here and over here and over here to take that piece away. Otherwise it would be a pretty weird looking letter, you know. So a little quirk in Tinkercad. Instead of just making the fonts bolder, it's done this weird thing there. But yeah, bit of a workaround. But it's done the job. Brother label printer, oh yeah, and a shredder. What do I buy myself? I buy myself stuff all the time. I buy myself stuff every week. I mean, it's actually a nightmare for my wife trying to figure out what to buy me for presents, because I am in a position where I can buy what I want usually, unless it's, you know, in the thousands. You know, if it's like, you know, 1,000 or 2, then I have to be a bit more careful. But if it's, you know, less than that, I can usually buy myself what I want. You know, but it's usually related to the channel. So most of the stuff I buy are bits of test gear, bits of electronic stuff, or stuff related to that. It's usually what I'm getting. I mean, right now I'm trying to save up enough funds to get a new calibrator. So I really would like to get my hands on a Datron 4700. That's what I've got my eye on, and something like that, or maybe 4200, something like that. One of those kinds of units. Actually have the same displays, as I'll just fix this. So if I get one of the broken displays, that's absolutely fine, because I can replace it. So, you know, when it comes to those sorts of things, I need to save up quite a bit. I mean, this is going to take me probably a couple of months to get enough money to get that, to try and get anywhere near it. We'll see, we go. My cat wants feeding. It's breakfast time. Yeah, you can probably hear it still. yeah, so that's the sort of thing I'd like to get, but usually I buy little things for bits of test gear and little tinkering things and things which I find interesting, not necessarily practical stuff. You know, it might be, oh, that looks like an interesting piece of test gear, I'll get that to have a look at it, and then I'll do a video on it, and then I may never touch it again. That happens. This year my wife bought me loads of M&Ms. Loads of M&Ms. She knows that's always a safe present. And she also got me this, which is a very practical present. Little disc fan thing. Now this has actually got a LED bar on it. You can see on the back, you can see that bar sticking out. Right, it's got a LED bar on it, so it does displays as it's spinning. And the idea is that I could plug this in, set my phone up with it, and put things like, you know, the Defpom on it, or subscribe or whatever, and have it on my desk. And it gets pretty hot in here in summer, because I can't really turn the aircon on when I'm recording because it gets so noisy. It's a very old unit. I actually got it from work for nothing because they're chucking it out. So that's how I've got it. So yeah, I'm a cheapskate sometimes. I do actually want. I've been meaning to put a new one for a couple of years. So because I can't have that on, I'm getting a fan. I was thinking about getting a fan. My wife put me this one, so it's pretty quiet, little 5-volt fan. It runs on about an amp, I think. But it has a Bluetooth interface. Fog the float. And there we go, better. Right. So it's got a Bluetooth interface, so you can put text on it, custom text, stuff like that. It's got some default stuff, like it displays a clock and stuff like that on it. And I've been trying different apps on the phone because the app it says in the instructions doesn't exist anymore. Where is it? It's this brand from J-Cars. Might be familiar with this, Peter. So it's Digitech Fan, and it says I can get the thing in shot without focusing. Come on, focus, focus, you bugger. Here we go. Right, Mobicon app. Doesn't exist, not there. The Mobicon app on the App Store, the Apple App Store at least, is a financial app. It's like, well, that's not the same one. So, but there were a whole bunch of the LED fan apps on there, and some of them actually do seem to almost work with this. They can connect to it, but when I try and send text to it, it just goes blank and doesn't actually put display to text. So not quite right. Must be something very slightly different there in the protocols. Bought a circuit for making cardboard packaging for my electronic products. Okay. Can I cut a straight line, but then cut supply up to 2 mil thick? Wow. Was the Galaxy 2517? Galaxy 2517. I know Galaxy being CB radio brand. I'm not familiar with 2517, but then I'm not as much in the CB as I used to be. I used to do a lot of repair stuff. I've been out of touch for a while. Is that CB? 2517? Or is it something else you're looking at? Now I'm curious. The name sounds familiar. Yes, there we go. Right, yep. It's probably got the EP. What board's in that thing? All those Galaxy radios use the same logic board. or very similar boards, like variants of the same one. Oh yeah, yep. Okay. Now, what do we do next? I can't sit here chatting for the next 6 hours. My throat certainly won't take it right now. So we've got a Record Dana Fluke account there, which I showed in Mailbag recently, which has a dead channel, completely dead. We could look at that. We could tinker with the Datron. Can't say we could tinker with the Datron to try and see if we can figure out what the noise is. Maybe I do actually have some replacement optocouplers for those. I did buy some when I got this one up here because I thought I might need them. Although that's probably going to be kind of tedious and maybe, I don't know. I don't think I'll bother with the Datron for that. Or you could look at this Electrofusion unit here, which has got a part replacement which is required. I'm tempted to do this one because it's actually supposed to be quite urgent. JCar store website, really? I didn't look there. I went straight to the App Store, which it should be in. Okay. Thank you very much. Was that the New Zealand site, was it? Or the Australian one? I'm guessing it's the New Zealand site. The one you looked at. ED fan. I'll still search for it. Something I don't actually like on JCar's site is the actual search feature. It pulls up all the phrases. That one there, is that the one? It looks like it. That one there, okay. Specifications page, articles page. Where did you find the link to the App Store link? I'll click on that one, eh? That's right. Cutting out vinyl. That's pretty cool. Interesting. I try and go to the App Store to get that link, and it says items not available. That's interesting. But could you get it? Because I can't get it. You bought 4 in auction recently. That's nice. I wish I could get stuff like that. Get like batch lots of things. That'd be really brilliant. But every time I've looked at anything in my country, the rare times I've seen them, it's been horrendous. No real bargains. I've rarely seen anything come up locally. Maybe I'm not looking in the right places. That's entirely possible. Yeah, so the App Store wouldn't bring it up. It said it was available. Anyway, I've got a little fan. I need a little fan. So when there's no breeze in here, it's hot summer. It doesn't actually get hottest yet. Probably another month is when it sort of peaks. It gets really hot then, about a month's time. It's moderate now. It comes up and down a bit. Right now it's a bit cooler, but a week ago it was pretty hot. In about a month's time it stays hot for most of the time. So, in New Zealand we'll know that anyway. It's very similar, I think, to Australians' patterns as well. Need new air conditioner? Yes, I do, but I don't like to spend that kind of money on stuff which I only use for a few months a year. That says I buy test gear for that sort of money and barely use it. So it's different though, isn't it? It's my hobby. Yeah. Okay. So let's look at this Electrofusion unit because that does need fixing. I need to at least try to fix it. That was urgent when I broke up for work. I got given these to look at the day before I broke up for work, and the hope was that I could fix them overnight and take them back the following day. Because normally they've been relatively straightforward repairs, right? It's been broken cables and that sort of stuff. It's been pretty simple stuff, and an hour or two and it'd be done. Anyway, both of these have looks like they've been on a bad power supply. Maybe been over voltaged or something. I'm not quite sure, but or maybe just really dirty power supply. I don't know. But they've both got what looks like processor issues, and one I think's blown all the output transistors, so they're all shorting out. You're lucky to use it for a couple of days, yeah. Well, they're not actually air conditioners, they're heat pumps, so you can actually, in winter, you reverse it and it ends up heating the room instead. So it's still only probably be a few months a year though. In summer I'll probably only use it for a month and a half or so, and in winter when it's at its coldest point, then I'll use it then as well to heat. I'm using this thing, but it makes a hell of a racket. It's ancient. It's probably 20 years old, maybe more. I really don't know, and it makes a racket. It's awful. The only reason I put it in because it's free, and I thought, well, it was better than nothing. Yeah, so okay, won't catch that. Yeah, I've got projects I need to do outside as well, but I'm not going to do them just yet. I've got a week left before I get back to work. Yeah. Okay, let's do this Electrofusion unit. Let's get the bench view set up. We're going to play with that. Let's go back to the normal camera. I might actually demonstrate what it's doing. Actually, I should show you this too, shouldn't I? This is got some lights so you can see what I'm doing. This is the Arduino board which I put together to do the annunciators. So if I couldn't get the annunciators to work nicely on here, I was going to use this little screen with an Arduino, but I couldn't get the thing to read properly. I did do a little video on it. Just a little short one, just showing this thing, and because the digital was so noisy, I did show it in that video. I showed it last week too. When we probed it around, it was really noisy digital signals coming out to the display. This couldn't make any sense of it because it wasn't getting proper voltage states for highs and lows. This is a 5-volt device, but that was kind of showing stuff on display, but it was basically gibberish because it couldn't make sense of what was going on. So I spent a lot of time tweaking the digital circuitry. I should have actually talked about that, shouldn't I? So basically I replaced the resistor arrays. There's 2 resistor arrays here and that one there. Changed the circuit configuration, so this one here is a pull up, those are pulled down, apart from one pin which comes over here. So the pull up is for the segments, pull downs for the digits. And I've got a wire coming from this one over here to here, which that one was originally going to one of these. Because they were all just the same value, going to the same voltage level by individual configuration, it didn't matter that it crossed over to the other side. but when I'm doing pull downs and pull ups, it did matter, so I had to cut the track. Well, actually I didn't cut the track, I lifted the leg off. So when I put one as a razor and I cut the leg off, so it wasn't actually touching the PCB. And then when I wire up to here, I need to tie this up and make it nicer. But that one's up to that pull up array. And I've got diodes in here now instead of links. So last week we put links in there. I changed my mind because I needed to get brighter on the annunciators and dimmer on the 7-segment displays. So I put all diodes in here initially just to drop the voltage down a little bit. Still using the same 150 ohm resistors, and that worked. It also gave another reason for doing that is to get those voltage levels down a little bit, so the low state when they're being pulled down is closer to a readable level for the Arduino. And then what I did is for the annunciators, actually was put links across those to make the annunciators brighter again. But that's it basically. I did take the capacitors out in here. I don't think I really needed to. I think I could have left them in. I just did it because it didn't seem to need them anymore. I thought, well, it might help with timings. It may have actually made the timings worse, I'm not sure. But so those links probably don't really need to be there. And I think that's kind of it. Yeah, I cut a track over here, put a link across to the 5-volt rail, because that one which goes to that resistor array common. So it would have been pulled down. So by cutting a track and linking it over to the 5 volts, it makes it pull up. Yeah, so that's the modification to that. That's what I was tinkering with most of the week actually, well, probably half the week. Right, let's get this out of the way. Let's get this thing up here. So it's one of these things. You've seen me do videos on these, I'm sure. In fact, we've even done a video on this exact unit. This same one keeps on coming back. It's a bit of a pain, but it keeps coming back for different reasons. So originally it was a cable, then it was transformer, and wired broken transformer. I had to do some soldering on that, on the little fine wires on that, to link it back up again. But now it looks like there's a part in here, just there, that's SO16, yeah, 16. Yeah, that part there I think is blown. Basically that turns on all the outputs, the beeper, the triac, everything like that. It turns all those things on. So, and all the outputs coming on. So I think that part there's fried, but I think it's also possible the CPU is fried as well. The little processor up there, which is a PIC. Pretty sure it's dead as well, but hard to say. Right, yeah. Catch up with chat again. Oh, if you might be a link of you, hold on. Let me pull my email up and have a look. I'm getting nothing yet. Thanks, Serge. Have a good one. Right. So, I will switch to camera view. So you can see a bit closer. I mean, I could do this one, but the quality of this doesn't compare to what I'm doing with the camera, and plus you also see exactly what I'm looking at with the camera as well. So that's why I want to get that set up. So if I go back to this view here and I'll get it changed over. There's a long way to go, yeah it does. Alright. More light. Always in more light. So there's that part I'm talking about just there. That has got to be swapped out. And unfortunately this whole thing's conformally coated. So that's going to make it a bit of fun as well, because that's going to be a bit of a hindrance. And you can see you've got a PIC processor over here, and that's the brains of it. And I'm worried that might be fried. So you can see this is the one I did before, was because it's the transformer which I repaired. Yeah, this one's been a bit of a pain, it keeps on coming back, but right now, if I plug this in, it's outputting 220 volts constantly, just all the time, and that's not supposed to happen. The beeper's also going off constantly, so if I power it up, it'll just go beep. Yeah, so that's all controlled by that chip. So I'm going to take the chip out and replace it. Unfortunately, it's all a bit awkward trying to work on this thing. It's a bit fiddly. So I'm not going to do a video on this. I'm just going to get the right screwdriver. I'm just going to do the live stream one. I'm not going to do a proper video on this one because it might not even be possible to fix it. Just be careful with that tube, because otherwise the board's going to drop down. Now hopefully I can get this working, but I'm not confident, because if it's the processor which is fried, then that's the end of that. I can't do anything about that. But it is interesting, I had two units both on the same site which have both had problems which looked like the processor. So I think they might have been plugged into a bad generator, something like a noisy generator or something. Maybe it's over voltage or under voltage or something, I don't know, but they've not been happy. Let's get here and unplug these. The hard bit is this: the board is actually slightly bigger than the casing, so you have to sort of fiddle around trying to get it to come out. Can't get the angles on it just right. And there's not much room to actually get the thing out of the casing either. So that's pretty much it. Unless I unplug everything, I don't want to go there. Come on, actually come. Right, so as you can see, it's all very awkward. I can basically get it out like that. So I've got to get this chip here out and put the next one in the right way up. That's always nice too. So I need to make sure I get the right way around. I think pin 1 is the bottom right hand side. I think that's pin 1 over there. See if you can see. See on there? Here we go. There's the marking. It's a UL 2003 or something, it wasn't it? Can't remember exactly what it was. Here you go, UL 2003. ULN 2003. You kind of just see it there. Good formal coating is a bit of a pain, but you know, it is what it is. So yes, pin 1 is bottom right. I think this is looking a bit better for you guys to see what I'm doing, isn't it? Oh, it's got an email. I wonder what that is. Yeah. No, it's not yours. It's something else. Right. So let's get these parts. Well, it's going to be from our bag video, but yeah. Let's open it up. Parts. So you're in 2003 D1013TR. Look about the same. Sweet. So I'm going to have to probably use a soldering iron, get this off, because of the conformal coating is going to be a pain. It might make it stick as well. So hot air may not work very well. May also cause issue with blistering and discoloration of the conformal coating. So if I use a hot air, it's going to be a problem, and it's also very smelly. A lot of fumes come off it. So I'm just going to use the soldering iron and be very precise and just try and heat it up with that as much as I can. See if I can get it off with the soldering iron only. If not, I'll have to use hot air as well. But yeah, I'm not even sure this is going to work, but it's a cheap part. No harm in giving it a go. I went to go and stop the video recording because I'm so used to doing it. Right. So I'm going to need my fan going. I'm going to need to change bits on here because I need a bigger bit, because it's going to be a bit of a need for thermal mass. Let's go to a wedge chip, my knife tip. I'll use that one. Use this one in a little while. I do. It's pretty dirty, needs a bit of a clean up. Yeah, this is going to be fun. This is going to stink. Probably going to need more heat on my iron as well, actually. I've been turning it down recently while doing this other stuff, so I'm going to give it a little bit more. Going to set at 370. I've had it at 330 recently. I used to basically use it at 390 pretty much all the time, but when I was doing some of that Datron stuff, I dropped it down a bit because I wouldn't risk damaging traces and stuff like that. The only thing that might happen is my camera might turn off, but I should notice if that happens. So if the screen goes blank, then the camera's turned off. It does it if you don't use it for, I think it's 10 minutes or something like that. Might be half an hour, I can't remember. But yeah. Let's get this a clean up. Right, this is going to be fun. I'm going to use my fluxy solder. A lot of flux in this one. It might be I can just get started with this and then go to the hot air afterwards, because this would actually, at the very least, displace the I can already stink it. It already stinks. This can at least displace the conformal coating. That's what I'm looking for. It's entirely possible I have to use hot air on this thing. It's looking like I'm going to have to do that. But at least I've got that fresh solder on there now, so it should be a little bit easier to melt. I'm pretty sure it's going to stink. Come on, come on. There we go. Try and get a better view of this camera, shall we? See if that lasts. Fresh stuff on one of the pads. Not sure I might just do all of them. Just a little bit. Come on. This isn't the best bit for this. So the trouble is with this conformal coating, it's going to be charred around it, which isn't too pretty. But, that's what we have to do. So I'll change bits. Put a finer tip on now. I'm not going to use hot air for this. Check the chat. Right. Now I'm going to use my nice solder for this one. I'm just going to put some on one pad and I'll just put the chip on. Turn my iron down a little bit now. Won't need that much heat now. So I do find it a bit envious that some countries can get you can order from things like RS components. Like Chris ordered gear in our video. I don't think it's in the chat, I don't think it's here. He ordered some parts, got them the next day. I order parts and I say same day free shipping. They don't ship them for 3 days. Yeah, it's a very different service level in my country. At least it seems to be that way. It's kind of frustrating. Now I want parts urgently. These parts are ordered on a... Oh, camera's turned off. Wake it back up. So these parts I ordered on a Thursday. They weren't posted till the Monday, and they arrived on Wednesday, I think it was. So it was almost a week until I got them. Just might put a little bit of flux on this. Think about it. Just help it out a little bit. Fortunately, the board angle's really not going to help. So we're going to run off the board. So here we go. It's all a bit awkward. Yeah, that looks like it lines up. What do you reckon? Ooh, snacks of a rope. Time to stop. Oh, that's bought me cake and more coffee. Isn't that nice? I've touched some cake now. Can't leave it sitting here like that. Right. Now we'll get into this side, which is going to be a bit awkward. So pop it up a little bit. Something. Alright, so drag solder on this one, because why not? So I'm looking through the flux, I can't see much. Last 2 pence. So what is the last 2 in it, eh? Must do the same on this side as well, try and tidy it up. See, I showed a little bit too much solder on there in the first place. It's okay. Right, to the flux again. Should lift it alone, huh? Come on. Those two are being stubborn. That's what I get for fussing with it. It's always the way. I'll take a bit of that off. I think those pads might be joined together anyway. There's like a line between them on the circuit board. I'd noticed that before. Right. Let's try and clean this up a little bit. I'm happy with that side. One side's kind of really nice, the other side's not so much. So that side again, I'm happy with it. Just looks rubbish. This one's going to be awkward. Pretty sure those two pins were close together anyway. So there was a line on the board, I'm pretty sure, but not completely sure. So I don't want to have a solder bridge if it's potentially wrong. If I could just get the solder to come off, that'd be great. There we go, I got it. Just do each pin individually again. Make sure they're definitely all nice. Okay, I'm happy with that. Where's my brush? I should check again in a second. And we can test it out in a minute. That'll be fun. See how good that comes out. What I don't like about conformal coating stuff is it ends up looking really bad, because the coating itself doesn't like the heat, so never looks as nice afterwards. Oh, that'll do. So a close look at the camera. It's kind of right, I suppose. I'll probably put them right way up. Yep. Always pays to double check. Right. Cake. And coffee. Sit down like this and read the chat. Then we'll try it out in a minute. Hey Helmet, how's it going? Right. Step motors from China UK took 9 days, and order from UK to UK took 3 weeks. Yeah. Well, the thing is though, these things I purchased, like these parts that it's used, they were local stock. They were local stock. They came from Auckland. So they came from about an hour away. So, yeah. Let's see what I'll do. I mean, I've still got stuff which come from China, which arrived in the country 2 months ago. It's stated as it's arrived in New Zealand 2 months ago. I still don't have it. Got loads of them. Dozens and dozens. Right. I do actually have nail varnish. I do have clear nail varnish. I think I've used it in video. You might have done. Not sure. And no, it isn't for doing my nails. It's handy for gluing things down and attaching things where you don't want to be too obvious. Right. That is cake eaten. Time for coffee. Right. So yeah, I'm hoping that part works all right. It's potentially dangerous, so I need to be really careful what I'm doing there. So because when that other chip presumably failed, it's outputting voltage all the time. And I think one of the leads came with, I've not shown this before, I'm not sure. It's this one. Might be the other unit. I'll show you the leads anyway. So these are the leads that come with. These little plug-in connectors like this. And sometimes these come broken. Right? So when they've been used and they've been broken in the field, and all the outer insulation's broken off and you've got bare copper. You actually, the actual connection's right there. You can touch them. And I've had a few of those turned like that, and I've said to the company I'm working for doing them, I said, no, you can't send that back out. They have to say no. They can't have that one back. Because it's not safe. Because if something goes wrong with the unit, which this one has done, you've got a live terminal right there. The other thing I said as well is if, it's not just that part, because what it does, it looks for resistance. So if it's got a resistance of about the right value, so it's on dirty ground or whatever, or you got the right level of conduction, level resistance across your hand or whatever you're holding it might think that it's plugged into a fitting and try and weld. If someone happens to push the button. So, for safety reasons, no. So I'm very fussy about that part of it. So, but yeah, this was outputting 220 volts constantly, and it's the first time I've seen this thing do 220 volts because they're capable of it. It depends on which fittings you're welding and what kind of configuration you're using, because it's like a universal welder. And normally I only see 100 volts out of them. That's what I've shown in my videos and I've been testing is 100 volts because it's basically doing 500 watts at 20 ohms. So 20 ohm system does 500 watts. And that's what I do my testing at because it's manageable. And as soon as I saw 220 volts out, I thought, well, that's not right. And then I realised it's doing that even without anything plugged into it. So it wasn't even sensing that there was a fitting there. There was no simulation going on. It was just there all the time. And at the same time as having the buzzer going off constantly. So when I first got this, it was not working correctly. It was not sensing. I think this one was not sensing a fitting or something. They both got slightly different faults. So I don't know which one this was. I think this one wasn't sensing a fitting at all. And then as I was looking at it, I was just measuring voltage, stuff like that, just checking things out, trying to figure out what's going on, doing my own test jigs and stuff. And I noticed that the results actually got worse. So I powered it up and the beep was going off. It's like, why is it doing that? So it actually deteriorated whilst I was doing my testing. So I'm worried about the processor on that one because the other unit has similar issue with not working. So yeah, we'll try it in a second anyway. Hey JR, how's it going? Anyone that's watching this or is in the chat, if you're not already subscribed to my mailbag channel, make sure you go and subscribe to that afterwards. Don't do it right now. Don't forget to do that. My mailbag channel, it's growing extremely slowly. So I moved the mailbags off thinking that it will split off and grow fairly well because of the numbers of views I normally get in the mailbag videos. I might get like 700 views on a reasonable one, maybe as low as 400 on a bad one, but my mailbag videos, they're doing lower, but probably half that now, half the views on those things. And I've got 401 subscribers. I looked yesterday, I think it was. So the numbers on that channel are really low. So if you are not already subscribed to my mailbag channel, go and do that. I need to get that channel up and running properly. I was going to have to bring it back. I don't want to do that. I want to keep them separate if I can. Because the mailbag channel also is important to me because kind of important to me. It's not as important. The content isn't as important to me, but the earnings potential helps me a little bit because I get sales from there, commissions from people using the links to go and buy things and things like that. So because that's down, it's costing me a bit of money. A little bit anyway, not much. I don't make a lot of money from doing that stuff. It just helps. Right, I finished this coffee, which won't take long because it's already 2/3 gone. Then we'll go over there, we'll power it up. I need to get my test jig set up, so I have to put all that together. So, actually, I might bother doing the test jig. I'll just see if the output looks right or not. Because if that's stuffed, I don't need a test jig because it won't work. Stabbing pain your right hand side over Christmas. That doesn't sound like fun. Don't go to hospital because of COVID. Yeah, well, don't blame you. Yeah, Tim, anyone that's subscribed to my mailbag channel, this is another important thing. If you're already subscribed to the mailbag channel, go over there, unsubscribe and resubscribe. Reason being is that the bell icon thing wasn't clickable. And that kind of stuck. Unless you do the unsubscribe and then resubscribe, then the bell becomes available. Some kind of bug in YouTube. Who would have thought YouTube would have bugs? Where it doesn't toggle that setting correctly. I think when you first start a channel off, you don't have enough subscriber base or something, or it's got some kind of limitations when you first start a channel off. Maybe for a time period, might be for the first month or something, I'm not sure. But I did that weird thing where it flagged it as for kids, which it obviously isn't because nothing is set that way. And it wasn't from the very beginning. From the very beginning of creating the channel, it was set as not for kids. Same for the videos on there. So, because of that not for kids flag being set initially, it meant people couldn't click the bell icon. So, if you are subscribed over there, unsubscribe, resubscribe, and you should be able to click the bell after that and get notifications about the videos, which will probably help. You done it, Tim? Okay, cool. So is it working now? You can get the notification thing. Been told to go to the mailbag subreddit. Oh yes, Adam, yes. My mailbag videos are on Reddit as well. So if anyone's on Reddit, there is a Reddit for mailbag videos. And my videos do appear in there. They're automatically posted in there. I also have my own Reddit channel on there. Well, my own Defpom Reddit. There is that there too. So if you do a search of Defpom, you see my Reddit there, and all my videos should get posted there as well. Which is a nice little shortcut if you want to hang it on Reddit instead. The review channel it's a tricky one because in order to get review stuff, I need to have enough views on the review footage so that there's enough outcome for the people that sent me the item, right? So if I've been sent a bit of test gear or whatever to do a review on, whatever it may be, soldering on, whatever, I need to make sure that they get enough views and potential sales from doing that review for them to make it worthwhile for them to send it to me. Because that review channel right now is so small, it's won't be worthwhile. And so in order to try and make sure that the companies that are sending me gear get a suitable outcome to ensure that I can get more gear in the future as well, I'm keeping him on this channel at the moment. Once that review channel gets big enough, maybe, I don't know, I might have to take down some old reviews of this channel and put them on the other one or something. I'm not sure what I'm going to do there, but I think I need to do something, because right now there's nothing there, and it probably won't grow until I do start putting some stuff there, but I don't want to put a review there. I don't know, maybe if I get some lame reviews. I mean, I have been asked to do some. One company was a bit lame. Maybe I'll chuck him there, so it's got something. But I'm not too worried about the outcome. There may be some stuff, I don't know, sort of up in the air. Appendicitis, yeah, that's not good. Yeah. Hey, David. Same in shoulder neck this morning. Yeah, they have the power supplies in. Lugging us power supplies on the bench. They're not light. Dear. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about any of that where I am. You know, right now, COVID isn't out there in my country. We're really lucky. So, yeah. Septicemia. Yeah, you don't want that again, do you, Ian? That wasn't a fun time. Maybe you're doing a video about that before, telling you all about it. Right. Let's put this thing back together, and we'll chuck a multimeter on it and see if it's outputting any power. That's the first test. If it's outputting constantly power or beeping constantly, then it's not fixed. If those problems are gone, we'll go back to the original fault as it presented originally, which is potentially not seeing anything connected to it. In which case I can set up my dummy test jig and test it out. But we'll see. I'm not confident. I think it's had a really bad noisy power supply put on it something and it's messed it up. Yeah, doesn't sound like fun, Joe. At least caught it in time. Let's change views so you can see what I'm doing. I haven't got my auto switcher turned on really. My camera turned off again, so we'll turn that back on. For this video I could probably just use the other webcam actually. Yeah, we go to that one. It'll be good enough for this. Like I said, this is a bit of a pain getting anything in and out. Kind of wangle things around corners and get the angles just right. There we go. Make sure there's no cables trapped behind it. Like there is. Come on, come out. There's a cable there, right. I'm going to put it back together because even if this doesn't work, I'm not sure there's anything else I can do anyway, in reality. I've checked power supplies and they all seem fine. So, you know, there's not really many options left if this doesn't resolve it. cable's beckoning it. So all I'll do is get a multimeter shoved into this thing, from which pins it was. Which are the upper pins? Those two there, right. Now I've rotated it around, forgot which ones they are. Right. Those two there are the outputs. What numbers are they? Pins 1 and 2. So fingers crossed, there's no power out of this. Because if there's no power output, then we're looking promising. Just about getting there with both probes, like that. So that should not show any voltage. Turned off, yes, I think it's off. Can't you see through that boat? Right, and I'll turn it on. They should show no voltage. And I've got to turn the RCD on because it's got an RCD built in. No voltage, no beep. Okay, so far so good. Yep, that's working good there. So far so good, that's looking normal. We might get lucky with this. So let's plug my test jigs into this thing. We'll get it all set up. And that's a bit messing around. I need to actually build something. I'll actually be buying parts to do that. It's not built yet though. Where did I put it? I'll put it all away. Give me a second to get it set up. So these are these cables I'm talking about with the bits broken off the sheathing. So you've got bare terminals there, as you can see, hopefully. It's focusing, I can't tell. Yeah, so that's the problem. If you've got those and this is putting power out, then you know you're dead basically. So yeah, I'll keep hold of those ones. They don't go back. I'm actually tempted to put some screws in this back cover just to hold it back together. It doesn't flop around. The screws are pretty bad shape because they've been on the ground and all sorts of stuff, a bit munted up. So the test cable, I'm going to use the whole cable that came with it. So this is a good cable, this one. It'll look fine. So this is part of this whole test jig thing I need to build. I've been buying parts, some of the parts have arrived, but not everything's arrived yet. I'm going to basically build this up so it's got banana jacks on it. I'm going to just plug in with leads and stuff, and that's it. We won't have to mess around a little bit. Also means you've got things like bare connections there, which I don't like either. Unfortunately, right now, that's just the way they are. Put this up too, so we've got voltage readings. Well, you can see if it's actually welding or not. So that configuration, that should allow me to do a test and actually see if it's trying to work. Okay, you can see the reading. I suppose you can you? Right. Let's turn it on again. Okay, it's recognised as something plugged in, which is recognised off the cable itself. So if I do a start weld, it'll either work or it won't. If it works, you should see around 100 volts come up over here. It's outputting too much power. And it's gone to error 30, that's right, that's what this one was doing. It's outputting too much power and giving an error for voltage. So the original fault is still there, but at least now it's not putting power out constantly with all those other faults. So I fixed some of the problem. So you saw what voltage was doing. It's 114, wasn't it? 115 volts. That'll probably creep up as it heats up, but it's giving error 30, which is a voltage error, which I think is referencing the output voltage being too high. It's a bit interesting because there are actually these menus inside it. If I unplug this, I can go to the menus. Other functions, is it 2000 and 2000 something. I need to find this menu. Hold on a second. Let me check what that is. I need to look that up. Where are we? Just got to find it. Electrofusion units. Basically, the whole bunch of reverse engineering trying to figure out what the menus are on this thing. I think I did that in the video. I figured out what a whole bunch of menus are. It's calibration menu. I may have to go into that one if this can't solve it. $2207 I'm looking for. 2207. So that's showing 224 volts on here. Now these are actually tuned down a little bit, so because these are designed for a 220 volt system, not a 240 volt system, the calibrations on these are actually set lower than they should be. So if you're on 240 volts, it will really register as being 220 volts or thereabouts, 230 to 220. So it actually sits a bit lower. So if I show you the screen here, maybe you can see it. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. It shows 208 to 235 as voltage range that's acceptable in this thing. So this is set lower than actually is. It's not 220 volts coming in. Right, so that part looks fine. It's not like it's seeing the wrong voltage there, but it looks like it's probably outputting the wrong voltage, which is the interesting part. Now either it's got like a monitoring section in there which monitors what it's doing and realizes it's doing the wrong thing. So it could be like a closed loop output system, but then you would think, well, if it's closed loop, wouldn't it be compensating automatically? I'm I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. So that's one thing about potential a CPU problem. So that's that one. And the other menu I want to look at is 2218. I found these by going through one at a time, putting in one number at a time. And I just found these menus. I think I went up to like 3,000, I think, something like that. I didn't go any further than that. Was it 3,300 as far as I went? I didn't go any further than that. So there could be other stuff which I haven't found. But by then I was kind of sick of it. That's 3,300 passwords put in. Right, so plug this in. And the idea of this is that tells you what the analog reading is from the cable. So this is what it's sensing. So it's sensing 4 or 5. So it's 385 to 430 is what it's saying there. So that's interesting. Well, less than 385 or less than 430. So that's the range it's allowed. So it's giving a rating of 4 to 5. If I substitute resistance box in here, I can actually see what it's doing. So if I unplug that again, then we got 1023, so that's maximum range. So it's just verifying that what it's actually seeing from this lead and this, well, it's actually a resistor inside this plug. It's actually what's designating that one. At least verifies that this is seeing that okay, and it looks about right. I'm going to substitute the resistor box, and we'll see what we get in that. I can't use those leads anyway. I need to use different leads. Give me a second to figure out how I'm going to set this up. So the top two pins will be the sensing. Get them in there. Okay, that's sensing correctly. So on 0 it's showing 0. If I put in 100 ohms, it's doing 13. This is supposed to be, hold on, I've got notes about this somewhere, hold on. Let me just check this, trying to find my notes. Yellow should be 47 ohms. Okay, so I've put in 47 ohms. I should get the same kind of value from this. 47, I'm getting 4 to 5. So yeah, the resistance is definitely correct. It's reading right based on this. What else we got? Blue cable. Well, it's actually got a range, 43 to 119, but yeah, okay. The blue cable, which is the alternative one, is 470 ohms. That's reading 55 at 400. And the range for those is 311 to 625, so yeah. Yep, that's looking fine. The analog readings going into it look fine. It's recognising those okay. So that isn't a problem either. So it looks like it does have some kind of fault where it's outputting the wrong power and it's recognising it's outputting the wrong power. Why is that? Could be a bad triac? Entirely possible. Yeah, we'll see. I have to think about how to proceed with this now. But at least I've got it to that point now, so I've recovered some of it, but it's still not right. it's back to how I got it now, instead of the deteriorated state. Right, chat. Right. Okay, so made some progress. I mean, I was actually tempted to show you what it was doing before I replaced that part. But say all it was doing was just everything, all the outputs turned on, so it's screaming, the sounder was going constantly, and the output was 220 volts, which means it's turning on both the triac full on and also switching a relay which gives it full output. It's got like a switching in there for low voltage, high voltage thing, and there's a relay in there which does that. So basically all the outputs are turning on. At least now that's gone away, and it is trying to weld, but it's outputting too high voltage, and it's given an error 30, which is a voltage problem. Unfortunately, there's not much information about these units, so the only information I have is what I've basically got to figure out so far. There is a manual which does tell me that E30 is a voltage problem. That's just in the user manual. But as far as any servicing information goes, there is nothing, only what I've figured out, which is how I found those menus. So I've basically sat here for hours punching in passwords, trying to find menus and figure out what's actually in there. So yeah, at least I've made some progress, but it's still not fixed. What's the other unit doing? I've forgotten the other unit's doing now. I think the other unit wouldn't recognise as the cable plugged in at all. That's right. So this one was outputting too much power, and that's when I was trying to figure out what was going on, was when it deteriorated even further, and I had to replace that part, which we just did. So it's back to how it was when it got sent to me. Hopefully it stays that way, doesn't deteriorate again. And yes, so the other unit doesn't recognise as a cable plugged in, even though there definitely is one. So I'll probably do the same test with that unit and just see if we can actually see an analog signal from the cable. Actually, it's got two sets of sensing. It's got the sensing with the detects the cable type, which is what we're seeing on that screen there with the analog reading, which is detecting the cable type it's plugged in, which then determines what kind of fitting it's plugged into. The secondary sensing, where it's detecting the load is present. And I think on that thing, the secondary sensing is what wasn't working. So to detect the cable, wouldn't detect the load. Because otherwise, because it would try and weld and say there's nothing there. You'd just say no, there's no fitting. So, yeah, it's that secondary sensing which is playing up on that one, I'm pretty sure. We can check it anyway. So let's put this away again for the time being. And we'll swap to the other one. Lots of messy cables. I'll change camera views in a minute. I'm just going to get myself set up first. This one's one that's going off constantly. Awesome. That's great. Does that mean this one's putting out power constantly as well? This one done the same thing. Let set up here. Let's see if this one's putting out power as well now. Might both have gone the same failure route. I hope not. Yeah, it's putting up power constantly. Okay. So this one is doing too. Awesome. Both done the same thing. Well, this is fun. We'll do the same thing on this one. That was a different unit for it. That was one which was adjustable. This one's done by calibration, and I don't have the information how to do this calibration correctly. So there is no service information on these things. There's nothing. So I did find there's a calibration menu, but I haven't gone in there and haven't tried using it because I don't know what the outcome that's going to be. I don't know what requirements are for calibration. I've got no idea. So that's because these aren't mine. That's somewhere I haven't gone. And there's a risk if I try and do the calibration in that menu that I could actually make them worse. So it's a case of only needing to do that calibration menu if all else fails, and hope that I can do it and figure out how to do it. The problem is, well, part of my problem is that my load here can't do that much power. It's rated at 1,000 volts, 1,000 watts, but because I'm only using a part of it, it's, I'm using less than half of it. That is less than that level. So if I'm using half, it'll be 500 watts rated. So I'm actually overpowering it a little bit. But because I'm only using it for a really short period of time, I'm not too worried. It does get damn hot, but yeah, if I plug this thing into it and it puts out a 200 volts like the other one was, then it will get hot really quickly because it's basically shoving 1,000 volts or 1,000 watts into a small section of it. So it's too much for it, really. So I've already had this one open, had a poke around in it. Exactly the same setup as the other one. Just take this front panel off as well. Got to cut this thing out anyway. Do exactly the same thing did the other one. Replace that same part. And see if the problem goes away. Hopefully. It could be a CPU problem. Be nice to get some progress on one of these. So I've had them sitting here for, well, over a week now. But, I've tried to do them straight away, but because of these, I don't know, complex faults they've got, and I needed parts, which only just arrived the other day, after the company's shut, so I don't actually need the parts straight away now. But because of all that, it made it a little bit trickier to deal with. So we'll do the same thing on this one here. Going to take out the same part. I'm going to do it exactly the same way. Kind of get to rest and rather hang off the wires if I can. Let's pull this off. Just shredding it. Yeah, it's not the best, is it? Well, his wires, it's a little bit short. It's kind of annoying. Let's just put it up there. I suppose. Use a fluxy one. You hate working with stuff with formal coating. It's always messy. Can be a pain to get things to desolder. But that's the way it is. Get the fan going. All of it soldered off. Now conform coating. Sticking. Still got my small bit on here, but it seems to be managing. Yeah. Unless I'm mistaken, it's got some trace issue over here. It must be via, oh no, it's just a via there, it's okay. Felt like it had a hole in the board, but it's okay. Come on, come on. Right, in the part. Oh, push a flux on this first, don't I? Must be at the flux. Should I try using hot air this time, you reckon? See if I can get it to work alright. Might be able to. Stick a couple of pins on to hold it in place and try hot air, see if it will go. The angle might make it a bit tricky. And I'll stick it on with us. Let's stick it on with us. Might need more flux yet. Yep, as soon as I just bridge one straight away, I definitely need more flux. Come on, flow. I don't know, doing it by hand seems to be working fine actually. Maybe I'm bothered with that. The alarm is slightly off. Very slightly off. Let's give it a go. So it gets to lay down, be nice, won't it? Don't think I will be able to. It's just too damn awkward. No, maybe. There we go. Not the best. Flux. This needs another clean. It's pretty filthy actually. See if we can get with this. No, too much. Too much here. Blew it around a little bit. But anyway, it's lined up now. Now got flux everywhere. It's the thing with using hot air, it gets messy. The hot melt glue right next to it doesn't help either. A little brushed on. Definitely not as nice this way. Came out a lot better using the iron instead. Formal coating really didn't like that. So my first suspicion of using an iron in this case would have been the right one. Anyway. Make sure I did put it on the right way up. If I could see it, it'd be great. Yeah, that's right, we are. Cool. Always pays to check. Well, we'll put it back together. We'll see if we've got any luck with this one. So that's what I mean about them both having very similar faults. They both were misbehaving in very similar ways. This hot melt glue there, I might have to replace that. Let's see. Alright. Don't fall off. Come on, in you go. Damn thing. I'll come and chat again in a minute. Let's get it back in first, and I'll come and sit down and check the chat. See what we're missing. I really wish there's like service diagram information for this, you know, like circuit diagrams, troubleshooting tips, and like, you know, there's must be some service data out there somewhere, but probably only the service agents which actually have that. It's a bit of a shame. But, I'd imagine that with the cost of these things, that they wouldn't really get repaired, just get replaced. That'd be my guess anyway. We'll see. We'll see if this will work or not. We can hope. Come on. Get in properly. If I don't sit here wonky, be able to go in. Come on, go in. Why are you being so awkward? Broke my own rule there by doing all the screws up first. It still doesn't want to go in, even though it's definitely lined up. Is it? Oh no, there it's going. It's going now. Interesting. Wire back on again, then I'll come and check the chat. Then we'll come and see if it does the same thing afterwards. Right. So there we go. Haven't dropped any frames either. I'm still, my broadband's going really well today. It's great. Right. Where am I to here? Well, I've missed quite a bit here. Sean says Alexa, fan on. Yeah. Fan on, yes. I've got no Home Assistant stuff, I've got nothing of it. You'll think I would though, wouldn't you? But I don't. Yeah, David, both units came from the same place. Now, one of the units I've repaired a couple of times before, had different faults. The other unit, like when I was here right now on the desk, that is the first time I've seen this one. Hey, Xdevs, how's it going? I've forgotten your name again, Xdevs. Ilya? Is that it? Ilya? It doesn't work because it's Mac stuff, yeah. It's pretty heavy. It's like a brick. Yes, I was fixing it at 1062. I was doing some work on that. I've got the new display working. Actually, I was going to get hold of you, actually. Maybe is it you? Or no, I was going to get hold of feedback loop. That's what I was going to get hold of, feedback loop. Yeah, we'll just chat a wiki. I know. I'm terrible with names. I can only get your name right if it's actually your username in the chat. So, yeah, feedback loop. He had one of these 1062s or something. Was it 1071? I think he had with the display issue. Write it down now. Yeah. Oh dear. Ilya, was that right? Ilya, was that correct? Mr. X. Yeah, I should write it down, don't I? I've lost my train of thought now. Completely gone. Yeah, okay, 162, yes. So the display boards, which I showed last week, I think you saw it. Yep, okay, cool. So these boards here, which I made, I was tinkering with this last week, which you may have seen. The 1062, which is over here on the floor now, that has the display board in it. It's working. I've fixed all the annunciators up. It's all working really nicely. I did some 3D printing again. Made a new set of annunciators with a different design. And they're working really well. So I did show it at the beginning of the stream. I'll just quickly show you again. I'll show you what I actually made. I've got a bag of bits of it in here. I'm going to make a bunch of these and I'm going to sell some. I've got these spare boards. So I'm going to sell those, and I've got a new revision which I've designed, which has got a couple of small corrections on it. So I'm going to do these corrections manually on this board, a couple of jumper links, stuff like that. So that's the one I've designed. New one. If it will focus on it, there we go. As you can see, the lights come through it really well. Alright, so that's much sharper, much nicer looking. And the sign annunciator, like the polarity one, is just here. Same deal. Much smaller. Right, so I'll just redesign that as well, so it's all using the same format, or similar format at least. So that's working nicely. I just showed at the beginning of the stream, it's probably about maybe half an hour in, 20 minutes, half an hour in, something like that. So if you look at there, maybe you'll see it then, and see how it goes. Alright. Open Circuit Electronics, how's it going? No mug of tea. Hey ZX, how's it going? I've got my deer mug. It's currently empty though. I've already had 2 covers. Yeah, but I did demonstrate then showing how it all looks on the screen. So I've got it working. It's basically done. The display side of it is sorted out. It works. Looks really good. I'm really happy with it. So, but yeah, it's probably about half an hour or so into the stream. Danger Mouse, yes. And there's someone messing with their boat engine. Clean the boat engine out, it sounds like. Hopefully it'll stop doing that. Right. Eight-minute mark. Thanks, Adam. An 8-minute mark. Is that quick? Was it really? I could have shut again. Looks pretty good. Oh, cool. You found it. Well, what a 1062 is, it was an interesting project. Right? So, generally, I think one of my strengths is figuring out how things work. And there's lots of things I'm really bad at, but one of the things I think I'm good at is figuring out how things work and figuring out how to make them better or improving them or that sort of stuff. So that's, I think, one of my areas where I do quite well at. Which is why I think I'm quite good at the repair side of things, where, well, I think I'm good at the repair side of things, where even without any information I can usually figure out what's going on and sort it out. Maybe these are a bit more different because it's a pick. But reverse engineering display side was pretty straightforward. I mean, we did it last week in the stream, figured out what needed to be there theoretically, and the theory was pretty damn close actually. It wasn't far off. But I spent a couple of hours, well, a couple of days, sorry, during the week just tinkering with things and just trying to get a result I was really happy with. The main thing was getting us an angiators looking nice. And once I figured it out, then it's all good. Stream quality is really good today. Yes, I'm actually streaming at 2,000 bits, 2,000 kilobit. And I've had no drop frames. My internet's working really well today. It's brilliant. It's like the best it's been for ages. Yeah, indeed. Figuring out how to take it apart and put it back together without breaking it. Yeah, it's always nice. So I'll quickly try this out and we'll see what this is like now. And then I might chuck the 1062 back on the bench again, and if you want me to, and just show it again in case you didn't see it very well. Although if you did scroll back, you probably will be alright. But Big Clive has lost his 4G network. Really? Has he got 5G now, or has he got 6G? Cable to back unit. Yeah, cable to back units came with one of the units. Yeah, so one of them has broken cables. Oh, did I already fix that one? I think I already fixed those. Yeah, I did. So this unit here had the broken cables on it as well. I think. Might be the other one. I don't know. Actually, no, I think it's the other one. The other one had the bad cables because they had the blue and red and yellow cables together in the same box, and the yellow one was broken. So it's the other unit had the broken cable. Any calibration help, let me know. Yeah. Well, I've got my bits of PC. You probably can't see it because my stack of boxes here, but right here I've got my Fluke 5450A. This is calibrated. I've got the 343A here. I've got the Valhalla 2703 here, which is a little bit flaky. Mind you, my Fluke's been a bit flaky as well recently. Anything above about 700 volts is being a bit glitchy. I think I might have to look at the transistors on that thing. Datron 7075, a Datron 1062, which I already fixed. And there's a HP 3457A up here. So this is like my calibration stack, as it were, amongst other things. Stack is scattered around the place. So I'm probably okay. But the thing is though, none of the stuff I've got here has actually been officially calibrated. A lot of it's been done by cross-checking bits of gear and just seeing what matches, which is more of a, I don't know, there's no real definitive way of doing it, but this HP up here, that was supposed to be calibrated before I got it. And I've got a calibration record of it and stuff like that, so that should be accurate. And it basically agrees with my other gear, so I'm pretty confident it's okay. The only thing I wasn't sure about was the AC side. The AC seems a bit weird compared to my other gear. I've got a Fluke 540B thermal transfer standard, and I was using that to try and compare the AC with the DC, as it's, that's what it's for. And I was getting very different measurements between the HP up there and some of my other gear. So the only thing that's calibrated recently, I've got something I've got here in my, is this. Apparently, before I bought it, that's part of the deal of buying that was it comes calibrated with a calibration sheet. So it's got a certificate of calibration with it, which shows what it's supposed to have been doing. But I did find that there was one error with this, which made me suspicious, because one of the ranges, like was it one of the resistance ranges? I think it was. No, one of the voltage ranges. It didn't track. So most of the ranges were fine, looked perfect compared to my gear at least. And then there's one range which was off, and it didn't actually agree with one of its other ranges. So if I manually ranged it, it didn't actually match the readings. It was off by a couple of percent. So based on the fact that all the other ranges looked correct against my other gear, I use that as a calibration point to fix that one range. Yeah. Yeah. It's actually not a biker, it's a motor. It's a boat. It's cleaning his boat engine out. Is it that loud? I'll shut the window, make it a bit quieter. So I've got a 540B. Fluke 540B is the thermal transfer standard. I've got a 343A DC calibrator. I've got the 5200A AC calibrator, which is the one I fixed. I did like a 19-part series on. That I trust quite well. The only problem is it can only do 120 volts maximum, because I don't have the extra unit for it, which puts up to 1000. So it's very limited, but it can do high frequencies, do 1 megahertz, and it does seem pretty good and stable and reliable. The Valhalla, on the other hand, which I've also repaired, I don't completely trust. I need to do some more work on that, I think. It does seem a bit flaky, like maybe it's got some dirty switch or something. Yeah, show him out the street, yeah. So a neighbour over the road is been out on his boat. I think it's just cleaning the engine out. Yeah. So the 510A, I'm not familiar with that one. I'm not familiar with the 510A, so look, let's look that up. In case I want to buy. I'm always on the lookout for bits. When it eventually loads. Obviously this particular website's a bit slow. Oh, those things, right. I was actually looking at one of those, yes, right. At least one looks very similar to that. It might not have been an exact one. There was one I was looking at, but it was, what frequency was that? I think it's 400 hertz. I was watching one, and actually I should go back and look at that while I'm thinking about it. Watch list. Let's go and have a look. Is it still there? I was looking at buying one. It's not on my watch list anymore. Did I take it off? Maybe I did. Maybe it's sold. I don't know. Anyway, there was one I was looking at before, because I was very tempted to get a standalone standard, right, reference standard. This one's $500 is in, yeah. So, and there's currently only one there. Looks like. So yes, 400 hertz. I think this might have been the one I was looking at originally, actually. It's just parts only. If you get standard, what's the point of getting one which is parts only unless you want to get calibrated? Don't have any knowledge how to test it. Well, do I want to buy one of these for that price when it's an unknown condition? The idea of getting one is that you've got a reference source which you know works. You know is accurate. That's the problem. I think this is the one I was looking at. Maybe I took it off because I was thinking about, because of that aspect. If I want a calibration reference, I want it to be one which I know to be trustworthy, not one which may or may not be okay. Which is why I actually spent a lot more money on the HP which we've got behind me. You know, that one up there, because I could have got one for less than half the money. I got that one because of the calibration. Yeah. There's methods of change frequency on them. Okay. 7 articles planned, excellent. End up doing DIY units better than a 510A. Nice. Yeah. You can calibrate AC, can you? Some not in the same country, do I? That's the only problem. if I try and get calibration done, for me, anything is going to be potentially troublesome. I mean, I would love to get all of my gear actually properly calibrated, but it costs a fortune. And for me, if I were to get it done professionally, I've got so much stuff here. I mean, obviously you get one piece of gear done here as a transfer standard, but that's kind of what I got that for, was to have that as a transfer standard, so I can then adjust the other gear to suit that. And it is pretty damn close to my other gear, so I think I calibrated this Datron to it. Actually, that is calibrated to match this, but that was actually done pretty close anyway. That was already fairly close. Wasn't much in it. It was I don't know what the percentage would be on rubbish and that sort of stuff, ratios, and I don't know. It wasn't much. It wasn't far off. ZX, yeah, that's what I actually said that to Ian about getting into making AC source. That solved more problems, eh? But it's some complexity in making one. MFC with ACAL. What's an MFC with ACAL? I mean, you've got some amazing gear there. I'm really envious of what you've got. You've got some incredible stuff. You must have spent a small fortune. DC easy, AC not so much. Yeah, indeed. Indeed, because you got all these intricacies of frequency and inductance and capacitance effects and reactances as a result. And MFC multifunction calibrate, yeah. Yeah. $5 per board. 26 boards. Yeah. Yeah. Indeed. I'd love to get some of that. I mean, that's why I'm actually looking at. There's some Datron 4700s on eBay I've been looking at, and 4200s as well. I've been watching those, but I'm looking at least $3 grand, $3 to $4 grand to get one of those. So that's actually what I'm looking at next. I'm currently trying to save money and build up some funds to do that, but I still have to buy things to keep producing video content, so it's slow going. I've been trying to save up for a couple of months now, and it's probably going to be another couple of months before I'm anywhere near doing it. So I'd definitely like to get a decent calibrator, something which does everything. 5700 for around 4K, yeah. Yeah, the problem is the shipping as well. It's just the purchase cost is one thing. The shipping cost is, probably another $1,000 in some cases. It's horrendous sometimes. Yeah, when they come up, bang, straight onto it. Yeah, exactly. That's probably, that's why I need to get. I need to get some funds built. But yeah, the 4700 is what I'm looking at. That's what I'm leaning towards. I really like the Datrons. Repairability, I really like them. They're relatively easy to follow circuitry. Common parts. A lot of the parts are common. So I'm leaning towards the Datron. I know it's physical kind of size, I suppose, but I like the Datron side of it. It looks like it's something I could easily work on if there are any faults or any repairs in the future. The Flukes look a bit more complicated, a bit more specialised in some of the parts and stuff like that as well. You've got unique parts in there, a bit more so. So I'm kind of leaning towards the Datrons more as repairability being more available. But again, it's a lot of money. Half digits, yeah. 32 kilo beast, yeah. They're not light. It's like my Fluke 5200A. I mean, that's 30 kilos just for that, and that only does AC to 120 volts. That's a beast. I'm actually got that for sale. Actually, I'm trying to sell that so I can use that to get money to buy a 4700. I've actually got that for sale. Yeah. So that's so this 3457, it's 6.5 digits basically, but it's supposed to be at least 7.5. Hadn't really got the exam done GPOB or anything like that, but supposed to get the extra digit out of it if you want to. but it's basically 6.5 digit. The Datron, which I've calibrated to this, seems more stable over a period of time. It comes up to accuracy, well, perceivable accuracy, quicker, and it seems more consistent, even especially on AC. On AC, this one seems to fluctuate quite a lot as far as its readings, and so depending on what frequencies you've got, it changes by quite a bit range. Whereas the Datron seems much more stable, so I actually trust the Datron more on AC, believe it or not. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't truly know a lot of stuff. The only thing I really trust is DC, because I've had like DC, that PCBway Mini from Ian. He makes those, which I know the calibration on that, so I trust that. And I also have my DC calibrator here, which I trust pretty well, because I've done cross calibrations across the PCBway Mini and that, and other meters. I think when I first got my Siglent 3065X, I did a cross calibration with that, and that was a brand new calibration, so that was all good. When I got this, I checked this against my Fluke as well, and just gave it a little bit of another tweak up, and because it was already pretty close, so I'm confident my DC calibrator is pretty close. And then also the Datron I've got here, which is 7.5 digit on certain ranges and certain readings, that is calibrated at 10 volts, and then it's basically that's the calibration point for that. And then as I have a 10 volt reference, which is really accurate, I've done that on that, and that gives me a pretty good range as well. So I trust the Datron quite well too, at least on DC. I haven't done anything else. You're donating onto the Agilent to another channel. Nice. Thank God he's in the UK. Yeah, definitely heavy. I think what are they, about 8 kilos, something like that? Something like 8 or 9 kilos, I think it was. Yeah. Anyway, we need to go back and check this thing, see if it actually works. I'm holding you in suspense. Go there. He stopped revving his boat now, so I can open the window up again. It's summer and it's getting pretty hot. Right. Question is, will it beep and will it put out power? And the beeping will probably be enough to tell us straight away, but we'll hook this up too just to be sure. Pins 1 and 2. Try and get in nicely. Yeah, you can see that, can't you? Close. Right. Plug this in. Right. Make sure it's not touching anything it shouldn't be touching. Hey, the beep's gone. Power output's gone. Excellent. We fixed this one too so far. Right, we'll do a load test on this. See, it's uncanny, they both had the same faults. Absolutely uncanny. So I reckon they've both been on a dirty power supply of some kind. But, no, what else could possibly cause it? Let's set my test rig up again. And I'll put this away. I don't want to put that away. I need to use this yet. I'm just pushing buttons. No. Stop. What am I doing? That's not what. Here we go. I was actually quite jealous by Marco Reps the other day. The other week. Wasn't that long ago. He got given a 5700. It's like, wow, you You had to do a lot of work to fix it, you know, but that's brilliant, you know, lucky bugger. Who's got that association with some repair company or something over there, or some hire company. I'm going to use the same cables I used for the other one because it's already out and all messy already. But Marco Rep does some really good videos. I'm really impressed by his work. He does some really good stuff. There's not many of us repairers out there which do some nice work. I mean, I don't know. My stuff's kind of mediocre compared to what some of these other guys are doing. Anyway, chuck those in there. So it goes to there, meter goes to there. Check, check, check. Nothing touching that shouldn't be touching. Get the wires out underneath there that I'm potentially melting, although they shouldn't do because of silicon. Let me get this off there. Don't know about that cable. Right. You ready? You recognise the thing's plugged in. That's a good start. It says no connection. So, back to how we were originally again, with this being funny. So it recognises that there's a cable plugged in because otherwise it wouldn't let me weld, or even try and weld. If I unplug that now, it won't even let me try. So it's recognising the cable's plugged in, but it's not recognising the fitting is connected, even though it obviously is. So it's obviously some kind of secondary sensing there which is going on, which I need to try and figure out. So actually what I need to do is go into that menu. Was it 2207, wasn't it? I think it was 2207. That's the input voltage. Yeah, that's looking alright. It's within range. Maybe all in 2207 because that's that one. What's the other one? I'm going to look it up again. Of course I closed it off, haven't I? What am I looking for? 2218. So that's showing 1023 with nothing plugged in, and 4 to 5 with that plugged in. So that's exactly the same as the other unit. That section is at least working correctly. I'll get back out of that one. I haven't figured out how to get back out of this one yet. Yeah, get back out of that one. That screen locks up. Right. What else is there? Any other ones I can look at here? No. No, it's all the menus I've found so far, apart from the calibration one, which is interesting. But yeah, so it's obviously not detecting correctly for some reason. That's going to require some deep investigation. Right. So, okay, that's at least back to that point. So now they're both to a different kind of fault, which is good. So this one is having issues with not sensing the load. The other one is outputting the wrong voltage and trying to weld with too much power. So that's okay. To make sure that I dig into those in more detail. I'm not going to do it right now. It's just these aren't exactly nice things to work on. Let's try and put this away again, I think. I've got other things I want to play with as well. Let's put these screws back in before I lose them all. Fun, lots of fun. I like a challenge, but I'm worried that this is an issue with the processors because they both had similar faults at the same time. So I'm worried that something's happened to them. Anyway. So maybe I don't know, do you want me to get the Datron back out again, Ilya? Or did you manage to find that footage? Just let me know. If you want me to get it back out again, I'll get it back out. It's only sitting on the floor behind me, it's not a big deal. Although I do have the other Datron sitting here too, which I've only showed you so far power up. I haven't done anything to it, I haven't even opened it up, I haven't tested it, done nothing. So we could have a look at that too, I suppose. At least our display works on that one. Can I show remember to drop the voltage down? I'm going to plug that one in. Because my auto transformer is currently set to 220 volts. Or thereabouts. That's the 110, which or 115 they're set up for. Because the American units. Probably isn't particularly stunning live stream footage, is it? Just want to tidy up again before it gets ridiculously messy in here and hard to manage. Fortunately, my room here is a bit small and crowded. It doesn't help I keep buying stuff and putting more stuff into it. I think that could be the problem, but I'm not convinced. It could be that. If I keep buying stuff and cramming into this little room, I think that could be something to do with why I haven't got any space, but I'm not sure. Try and get this put away, back in the box as well. Right, so what am I doing? Am I getting the other Datron out, or you go back to the first one? Oh, you got it? Cool. Alright. No, not just the cables this time. Fortunately, it's a bit more involved. Yes, thanks, Christian. That does help. Get rid of the wife. No. I've got a good wife. I've got a very nice wife. The first wife wasn't so much. Second one, much better choice. I mean, she puts up with a lot. I mean, that little corner there behind me, that little corner of the desk, that's her space. So, you know, she's crammed into that this tiny little space there because I need a lot more space. And she did actually have more space originally, but it got a bit crammed down because she, because of my drawers over here, as you can see. So this has got, you know, various tools and test gear and bits and pieces stuffed in there. And originally I didn't have that. When we had the flood, I had a different sort of cabinet there and actually had it slightly further over as well. And we got these after the flood. Yeah, we got these after the flood. So, even though putting these in, this is really good storage for me. I've got what was it, 7 more of these, I think, outside the garage. I think 7 of them. So, the anyway, that took a little bit more space in my original unit. It's a bit wider, so she ended up getting a smaller desk. You know. Not kidding with his wife. Good wife. Very accommodating. Bad habit from Paul. No, that's absolutely fine. I don't think it's a bad habit at all. I think it's a good habit. I quite like it. People are reminding sometimes. I know sometimes I get stuck into the live stream and I forget to click it, so it's just a reminder. At times actually, like on Paul's streams, for example, when you said that, I've gone, oh yeah, I should click that. So yes, it needs doing. So yes, click the like button. Right. So I think I might get the other Datron out, eh? I'll make some more. No, my desk is a bit filthy now because of all the dust. Because these things you get used outside, you get, in muddy environments. There's a bit of dirt on my desk, so I'll give that a quick wipe and I'll chuck the Datron down there. I'll get the other one out. Drop the voltage down on my auto transformer, so I don't blow the crap out of it. I'm gonna have a quick look at that one. I know it powers up, but that's as far as I've got. Let's change camera views. Move this out of the way. Is it cool down? Yeah, it's all sweet. Find out if it's cool down or not by touching it, because that's always absolutely fine thing to do. What could possibly go wrong? Put these away in my other lead. Where have I left my other lead? Still attached on here. Hold on, I need to tidy up. Won't take me long. Those things get too crowded and it's just too hard to manage. That. Try and clean the crap up with this. Get some of it. Right. Lose those parts. Turn the voltage down before I forget. So here's another one. So this one's got all the proper feet and everything on the bottom of it, which is quite nice. It's got one rubber feet missing. The actual rubber bit's gone. These ones are here, but that one's missing, which is a bit of a shame. But the actual main feet are there. I suppose I could put some kind of foot in here to make that come back again, get it back to the right height. It's got a tilting barrel on it and everything. It's got a little slide out card. So that's really nice. That's the only one I've got which has got this on it. So I'd like to just strip those off this and put it onto one of my other units. These ones are fixed. I'm going to sell these. So if you're in New Zealand and you're interested in buying one of these things, let me know. So, one with the display, prototype and everything in it, that'll be sold. I don't need 4 Datron multimeters. I only really need one. So I'll be selling the others. Set correctly before I plug it in. 110, yeah, slightly higher than that. Design for 115. Power switch is off. She's tilting bell. There we go. Hopefully it's not reflecting on everything. So this one came from the same place because it's got exactly the same calibration stickers and stuff on it. The other unit had that sticker over here instead, so it's come from the same place. Did buy from the same person, but at least it powers up. That part looks good. Probably getting washed out, isn't it? Let's turn this one off. There you go. Just do some testing on this, see if it works. So I've got a shorter plugger in it already. Must have done some playing around with it. So negative reading, but yeah, it's doing something. Won't do 10 ohms, why not? Won't do that one. That's interesting. I'll do it in auto. Is that switch broken then? Yeah, dodgy switch. That'll need clean. Okay. Right, not a big deal. Convenient DC voltage tool sitting right here. Very handy thing to have. DC. DC. Oh, these switches need sorting out. Okay. 1 volt. Yeah, ish. See, 1 millivolts. See, it's jumping around again, and this is the same sort of thing the other unit's doing as well. It's got a bit of noise in there, jumping around. It does seem to get better when I recapped all the power supply stuff, but there's a couple of caps I haven't replaced in that other one yet. This is awfully noisy. Let's do the filter. That gets it somewhat better. Alright, so let's do auto range, so let's do 10 volts. And it is drifting a little bit. I was going to say it was drifting upwards, but now it's gone down again. So, yeah. So, yeah, obviously got no adjustments done yet because it's got the adjustment has to be done on a digital board for 50 Hz as well for the line frequency. That needs adjusting because right now it'd be wrong. There's a few things like that on here which need doing, and obviously recapping will be something which needs doing too. I'm not going to do that right now. It's something I will do in time, especially as I seem to run out of some of the caps on here. So it is basically working though. And let's get a resistance source out, which I'll just put away because, you know, that makes sense. We'll just plug this in. So I'll do for that time being, give us something. So I currently got it shorted. Let's do 10 ohms. Yep. 100 ohms. Yep. 1k. Yeah, ish. This isn't super precision, so I expect it to not be perfect. 10k. 100k. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's do 500. Should get the next range. Very noisy. Look at that though. So obviously this is not acceptable. So it doesn't work on kilo ohms, unfortunately. It does it on AC and DC only. But yeah, extremely messy. It's not just the box, it's actually what's reading. So this will need some work done too, but I expect it's mostly capacitors. The capacitors on the analog board on these things always die. They're always incredibly bad, every single time. So I've only worked on 3 of these things so far, this is the 4th one, and all of them have been horrendously bad. So I could actually show you, I suppose, maybe, but I've got some of the caps here from the one I just did. These ones had a display issue, or display rebuild. So these are some of the caps from it. So this is the, what's that one there? 10 microfarad, 63 volt. These were giving a ESR of 40 ohms. Yeah, and what's that one there? That's the 47 microfarad. I think the ESR now is about 30 ohms. So they were horrendous. I mean, dissipation was like 1. Did us completely fried. The actual ones that go in the power supply, these ones here, these are generally not too bad. These ones here, these 1000 microfarads. When I've pulled these out before, they've still been basically okay. They haven't really needed replacing, but I've done it anyway, so at least then I know the power supply is when it's really done. I don't have to worry about it. You know, it's not going to fail in 6 months' time, sort of thing, because it's got new caps in it. So I'll just do them anyway, even though they'd measure okay. Because they are 30 years old now, so you know it just makes sense to do it. But the ones on the analog board always fail. They're always completely stuffed, every single time. Right. 10 volts, yeah. Dry, dead thing goes donger. Yes, indeed. Where have you heard that saying? Yeah, so the caps are definitely fired in those. I mean, they will definitely be the same in here. They'll definitely be the same. The power supply side usually is pretty good. All the actual, the main board in the back, main power supply board, they're generally alright. The only one which really tends to be the problem is the one for the minus 175 watt rail for the display. That's the one which seems to go the most. The one as I've seen, I'm doing the testing. The other ones for the 1000 volt, which are for the 15 watt rails, or plus the minus 15 watt rails. They are generally okay, but I change them anyway. All the ones on the analog board are gone, and on the display driver board there's that's 250 volt cap on there, which in my testing so far have been okay. Haven't needed to replace those yet, but I'm not really worried about it either, to be honest. So yeah, I think it's mostly Dave that says that. I think Paul may have said it. Obviously got it from Dave, potentially. I don't know. She likes pottery in the kitchen. Yeah, my wife, she actually hates cooking, and she says she's bad at it, but she's not. She's actually a really good cook, and she makes really nice desserts and stuff like that. She's actually really good, but she says the opposite. She says she's not a good cook, but I disagree. Yeah. Who is Paul? You don't know Paul? Paul Daniels. Not the magician, the other Paul. I mean, I'm tempted to pull this apart and show those cat values. I could have shown the ones I pulled out, I suppose. Let's do that. Let's show the cat values. Let's change camera views. I suppose it's in quite the wrong place too, isn't it? Come on, pop out. Oh. It's got to be double. Here we go. See, I want manual, I want capacitance, series, and I want 100 Hertz. This is the frequency I like to use, and I've got the wrong probe on here, but this will probably do. Yeah, that was saying 18 microfarad, 0.2 dissipation is what it says right now. Yes, yeah, 21 ohms that was given right now. So that's the 47. There's the 10. Yeah, 44 ohms. Hope you can see it on camera. I'll turn it around a bit more for you. Right, so this is a 10 microfarad. It's given 6 microfarad and 42 ohms. It's the ESR. These are all off the analog board, and they're always like this. Every Datron's always been like this. And it's given 15 and 32 ohms. This is a 47 microfarad. Here is the other 10 microfarad here. Yeah, it's giving 7 and 32 ohms. I need to change my probes if I want to do anything else. Yeah, but all the other caps are okay, but those ones are always fried. Always. Seems my neighbour's got a friend over who's got a sign on the car. Nice. Yeah, he Paul Daniels does all the MacBook and iPhone repairs and does PC stuff as well. And as Christian said, he writes the software for the Flexboard View, Open Board View. He does those. He's written the software for those. I think it was somebody else's project, and he kind of piggybacked onto it and ended up taking it over in the end. I think that's what has happened there. And it became Paul's thing, I think. He sort of took it to a completely another level. Which reminds me, I need to download an update. Any recommendations for a HEPA filter for a fume extractor? Not for me. I built my own fume extractor. I did a video on it, did the 3D design and 3D print your own housing, which is what mine is. My fume extractor is just that. So standard extractor fan on some ducting down to a box which has got some filters in it. And I just bought some Filtersman Express, some carbon filters, carbon HEPA filters. Nothing too special there. How good are they? No idea, but it's better than not having it. It's not like I'm doing a huge amount of soldering. It's not like I'm spending it all day every day doing anything like that. So it's, you know, one day I might actually get a proper one, get a proper professional one, professional grade one. But yeah, would actually like one, but they're expensive. Actually, talking about Paul Daniels, he's got a list of, if you look at one of his videos, he's got in his description, he's got a link to a page which lists all his tools and equipment, and I believe he's got his fume extractor listed in there. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he does. I should do the same thing. I mean, on my videos, I've got a big list of test gear and videos. Like, actually, I trouble my video descriptions being too big. So I have to keep trying to trim them down. But the video descriptions of mine, I've got, you know, the list of equipment I've got, the main bits of gear, not everything. With stuff which I've done videos, so they've got the video links there to videos about that gear, like usually be repairing it or maybe reviewing it, something like that. But yeah. Fluke 732A, I'm not familiar with it, so I can't say yes. That's right, Helmet. I do have now a good replacement display option. So I'll show you what I've done actually. I'll show you the last revision. You guys wouldn't have seen this yet. Now, one of the issues I had was the LEDs for the polarity. I had an issue with those, which you guys didn't see because I didn't actually have that part working when you last saw it working. Let's get up here so you can see it. So I showed a second revision. So in here, it's the polarity section here for the plus and minus. So obviously these two together in parallel are the minus, and adding on these two gives us the series connection. So it goes through these and goes into these ones as well. There's a serial connection, so it has all 4 LEDs on at once from one source. And what I did is I moved these LEDs further away, and I actually made a mistake on here. For some reason I had this line here going over here, and what it was is I changed the circuit diagram, and I changed the way I was going to do it halfway through. I basically built it up, and I thought, oh, I'm going to do it differently. And I changed the circuit diagram, but it didn't translate through onto here because I hadn't exported the netlist again and re-imported the netlist. So the changes didn't come through to this board. So when I actually did this board originally, had the error on there with this link going across here instead. So I had to change this wiring manually on the board. I think I can see it on here actually. No, you can't see it. So basically, instead of, was it this line here, this D1 line, that was coming to this pad and then up to here. So it's going via this one, basically. It's coming up, going to there and here. And then there was no connection between those. I've had to do it manually with some little wire links on the board. But now I'm getting familiar with KiCad and how to use it. I've realised that it doesn't automatically bring it in. You have to manually do it each time if you make changes to the schematic. So now I know that. I won't get caught out by that again. That's the thing with learning software at the same time. Learning this particular program. So obviously everything I've done is I've moved these further away. So on the original version, these are about here. They're a little bit closer. It's basically 1mm closer. So I moved them a little bit further away just to try and get them closer to the centre of the windows they're in. So it should give slightly better even lighting. And the other thing was the enunciator section where the circuit diagram wasn't clear. So over here I had to do some changes. Oh, too much. Over here. Let's hide the silk. So I had to change some routes over here for this line here and this one here to allow for the A and G to be swapped over only on the enunciators. That's the only bit that was wrong. The actual digits are correct, but the enunciators are wrong because it is the way it's mapped. The A and G looked hard to tell the difference apart on the circuit diagram. One looked like an A, but the G also looked like an A. And I interpreted it incorrectly. I took a guess and I was wrong. So obviously I've got this silk screen set up here as well now, so I've got the white print on the silk screen around the LEDs to help make them shine out a bit brighter as well. Because what I've done on my existing boards is I've just painted it white in the area, I just painted the background white. So at least doing this means I won't have to paint it. As you see, version 1.1. So this is the only difference between this board and the one I've already done, is that correction there for the enunciators. Oh, all the enunciators, it's all corrections for the enunciators. So yeah. So when I do the next revision, it will be basically right. I don't have to do much at all. But I do have to write some instructions in order to give people instructions and advice on how to modify the Datron to allow this to work as it is. I mean, there's changing the resistor arrays, changing the polarities of one of the arrays, so it pulls up instead of down, changing the 0 volt link, or adding a link to 0 volts from the minus 175 watt rail, and removing the 175 watt rail completely, taking a link out, and taking the resistors out on one side, putting diodes in, and changing the resistors from the other side. So the digit resistors get taken out and put in links. Also, get changed to diodes. I'll say it again. The digit resistors get taken out and changed to diodes, and the Siglent resistors get changed to a lower resistance to suit the drive required for the LEDs. So it's not actually that much to change, but it has to be done, otherwise you blow the crap out of this display because you can't shove 175 volts into it. Some of it could be done on this board, like one of you asked before about if it could be done on the board itself to make simplifying the digital board easier, or driver board. Some of it could be done here. I mean, things like the resistor arrays that could go on this board, really, that could be put on here. It's possible. Routing could be a bit of a pain, but yeah, they could squeeze on there. So that means you wouldn't have to mess with the original resistor arrays. It could be done on this board. All the drive resistors have to be changed, regardless of what it's doing. Yeah. So I could remove some steps in doing a digital board, or just driver board, by having the resistor arrays on here for the pull-up, pull-down resistors. That is possible, but like I said, it's a bit of messing around because I have to link to all the digits have to go to it. So all the digit connections have to go together, and right now they're all spaced apart across the entire board. So I try and bring them all together. I'm not saying it's impossible, it would just mean a lot of rerouting work in order to do that. It's probably not really worth doing it. Segments would be easier because I got to get, I could put one, like squeeze it in here or something, or under here, and it's run out to a segment over here. I mean, that wouldn't be too bad. Well, this has got the segment drives going to it as well, so maybe I could bring it from here to the segment array. Could maybe do that one, but that had to be a pull up as well, which also requires another adjustment. Which means I've got this 5 watt rail here, which I've got marked it is 5 volts, but it's going through a 330k resistor. So there is 5 volt present, but it's really low current. Now I've got these linked together in parallel as 2 pins with 5 volts on here. But that one is no on the other end of the board. Over here. Right, and now I've put them together on this board, they're linked together. So effectively you've got 330k in parallel, 2 of them. So it makes it, 165k effectively. So it improves it slightly, but it's not much drive. So if you want to use 5 volts on this board, you have to bridge one of those resistors out. I only have to bridge out one of them. And I've actually done that because I was playing with the Arduino and I did a 5 volt drive on this board to do that, and it worked fine. Yeah, so unfortunately putting everything on this board, which would be nice, not too practical for things like getting the drives right, stuff like that. I mean, if I were to have a driver on the board instead of being direct drive, I could have a driver which does translation, so it just senses the voltages and puts it in output drive, LED drive or something. That would be possible, but that's just adding complexity to it, which I don't really want to add. Chit chat and looked at it for a little while. So I should make a kit and sell for the Datron display. Yeah, well, that's what I'm planning on doing. So I've got a bunch of these bulbs left. Right, so I've got older 10. Sometimes they give you extra ones. So I haven't actually checked to see how many I've got. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, so I've got 11 boards. So I've still got 10 boards left. I think I counted it right. Yep, so I've still got 10 boards. And I've only used one, obviously. So as this is revision 1, which needs a couple of repairs done to this board to suit this, like these enunciator corrections, right? So what I'll do is build these boards up, put those corrections on it, do all the enunciator, build that stuff on, and actually do it as a complete board, and sell it as a replacement board. I could easily do that. I'm actually planning on doing that. I think I will do some. Do 3D viewer. Yeah, let's do this. I'll get it to shrink down so I get into the other screen. Right, so that is basically what it looks like. Yeah. So yeah, I don't obviously have all the 3D footprint information because these are parts which I designed in KiCad. There were some similar parts which the footprints weren't quite the same. So I made these footprints up based off the data sheet for these parts I used, which are these KCSA 56s. So I don't have the 3D imagery for that. But yeah, that's basically what it's going to be. And all this down the side here is for driving these LEDs over here, so I can use the normal drive for individual segments as per normal digits to turn these transistors on and off to give higher drive to these ones, otherwise they'll be too dim, so it gives them more drive. That's all that lot's all there for. And I've finalised the resistor values down here as well. I just tweaked those values to get the best performance out of it, and those are all updated for that as well. But yeah, so that'll be revision 1.1 when that once these boards are done, I'll get these ones made. I may be able to get another sponsorship in PCBway, be able to get these ones for free as well. Maybe. Depends. I don't know. If I'm going to sell these, it'll depend on demand. Demand's high enough, I might get a whole bunch of them. But I'm going to have to buy parts and figure out what they're going to sell for and stuff like that as well yet. I didn't change anything, so don't save. But yeah, that is what I want to do. I think, well, I've got a design. I know people will be out there wanting to use them. Now, the only thing, there is a shortcoming with my design, is that I don't use the comma. So some Datron, I think it's the 1071, 1881, I think those ones might use it, where you've got the decimal point which is within the digit, which I've obviously using as a standard decimal point on a 7-segment display. Instead, so it's moved. And the other original Datron displays have a comma in that position instead, so there's no comma drive. But the 1062 doesn't use it. And I think the 4700s 4200 calibrators don't use it either. But I think some of the 1071, 1081 might use the comma as well. I don't know what for. Current version can on PCB design level direct update from schematic by menu button. Oh, okay. I have to look into that helmet. Yeah, so I'm not familiar with KiCad yet. I'm still learning that software as well. Yeah, I imagine. I mean, I've seen Datrons on eBay with broken displays, and I haven't purchased them because of the broken display. So, for me, it's been a bit of a gamble about getting them. It's like, oh, there's no power. It's like, well, if the display's dead, I suppose I've got a parts unit, which is how that other one was basically looking. So, well, if it's dead, then maybe I need to get a parts unit, or use it as a parts unit. But then also, it turned out to be fairly straightforward to reverse engineer it and come up with another solution. So, but I'm really happy with the way mine looked. I mean, I something else. At least one other person has done a design using individual LEDs, SMD LEDs, to create a display with a mask over the front. I can't remember who they were. They actually contacted me on the EV blog forum. They actually messaged me. I've forgotten the name now, but they did actually messaged me to say they've got their version. So I think they were basically. I think they were going to offer to send me one. Basically, I think, which is very generous of them. But as I said, I just replied to them and said I'll develop my own one. So I think I'm doing okay. But I think mine actually looks quite nice. It's a nice, simple solution. The only real tricky thing is there's the 3D printing part, and that takes a bit of time and having to change filament throughout the print. Now I believe there are ways of setting up the print software to pause during a print and say, at this point stop printing, then set a beeper off. I haven't played with that sort of stuff myself in Cura, which is the software I use. So I believe we can do it, but I've also seen reports that it's a bit buggy and sometimes it doesn't work properly. So doing it manually might be the way to go. Yeah, the Datrons are expensive. Working ones can go for a couple of grand. US. Another thing I could potentially do, actually, I could potentially do this. PCBway, who do my sponsorship for my PCB stuff, I haven't used their assembly service yet. No, they're doing assembly service. So maybe what I could do is review the assembly service and get a sponsorship that way and get some pre-made boards so I don't have to mess around making them. That's possible, isn't it? It didn't take long to make them. I mean, it's you saw what I did before, the silk screen that, it's not a silk screen, is it? It's not, kind of is, but solder mask, solder mask, bloody hell. Solder pasted it and dropped the parts on and heated it up. It went well. But obviously now, because I've got these little wire links we've got to do on these particular boards, it's a bit more involved because I've got to change a couple of tracks around. That's going to be a little bit fiddly. I can't do that until after I've done the main assembly. Otherwise I won't be able to get them onto the hotbed properly. Yeah, that's right. Commas used in some countries. I think America uses commas as well instead of dots. Could be wrong. But the actual comma isn't used. Like, there's no connection. I've got it up here now. But on the 1062, the comma line is not even wired up. There's no physical connection. It's there. It's present. You can actually, if you really wanted to, you could hook it up. But there's no drive transistors. There's nothing populated on the drive board. It's potentially there. It could be fitted and added, but why would you? I don't know. But it's not used on the 1062s. So that's why I didn't mind making a compromise, moving the decimal point from within the digit, which is what makes it complicated, to just using a standard 7-segment and moving it outside. I mean, you can see it looks fine on display, looks fine. But if you have a unit which uses commas and decimal points, it could be a problem. Put PCBway on a kill screen. I haven't. I know that SDG Electronics tends to do that, and I think who's the other guy? Name's gone. Another YouTuber does the same thing too sometimes. Not always, I think, but they tend to put the PCBway logo on there, but I don't. They seem satisfied with me doing the video and promoting that way, and they seem happy with that. So, as far as getting the word out about the displays, I'm not too worried about driving it too hard. I mean, I'm going to be hand building them. I'm not set up for doing manufacturing, so I'm not too worried about if I don't get too much drive on that. But what I'd like to do is build up a bunch of them. I'll build up all 10 boards I've got here. I'll build them all. They'll be done, finished, ready to go. I'll get some instructions written with photos, based off stuff I've done here. I'll take photos of it. In fact, I already have taken photos, and I'll build some instructions up, and maybe even do a video to show how to do it. And then I can probably chuck up the EV blog forum and say, I've made these. If you're interested, let me know, and just leave it there. Anyone that's looking for this sort of gear will generally be aware of the EV blog forum. So probably just do even a Google search will probably bring it up too, actually. Well, it does tend to do that. Yeah. The thing with the decimal and the comma, I mean, yes, some countries use comma instead of decimal, as we said, but I've got a stray eyelash, I think, somewhere. That's going to annoy me. Is that on some units I've seen it mentioned, I think it's on the 1071 I saw it, it used both, the decimal and the comma were both used. The comma was being used as a thousand separator. So I think that's what it's used as. So the trade-off of mine is that there's no commas at all. There's no connections. If I really needed to, I suppose I could probably think about adding a comma. I mean, it's possible, but I don't really think it's necessary for that, really. God, this hair is annoying me. Right. I think I got it. Yeah, let's put a menu up for this actually. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Datron manual. It was open this one and I closed it too before I started the live stream because I rebooted the computer. That's something else as well. The Datron which had the display issue, the EPROMs in there have got different date codes and different part numbers from the ones which have been made available. I think Ilya had it on this site as well. I think he had them. I might have been KO44BB or whatever it is, KO44B, was it? Website. They had Datron firmware for the EPROMs. But there's only a couple of versions available. I think it's posted on the EV blog forum as well. And those suited the one I've already done, but this one is different. So these ones using the TMS25L32JL EPROM, right? This other one, which had the display issue, is using a 27C32, so it's the newer version. So the pinouts are different for EEPROMs, and this has got different firmware. So I need to also pull those EEPROMs out, get the code off them, and publish those as well, make those available, because they're not out there right now. Well, exactly, yes, the thing. I mean, if it's common or decimal, it's less critical. Like I say, it's a case of getting working. Let's get this service manual. If I can click on the right folder. Where are we? Yes, that one there. Was it page 150 something, wasn't it? 150... 152? No. 157 it could have been. Could have been 157. No. Where's my notes? I've got it here somewhere. That's not what I'm looking for. I don't have it noted down. Just got to find it. Then I'll chuck it in the top screen and show you guys what I'm talking about once I find it. I can't believe I didn't note that page down. Okay, on my way. Here we go. Right, page 180. Let's note that down for next time. Right. So I looked at this page quite a lot previously when we were looking at the reverse engineering of this. So let's make it bigger. Go to the right window. Alright, so in this situation we've got the H is the decimal point, which is within the segment, and the I, I'll make it bigger because those people can't see it very well, and the I is the comma, right? And in the 1061, 1062, 1061A, this is the I line here, and as you can see, there's no connections here. There's nothing wired up for it. But the H is used. H is used over here. Right, so that's used for the annunciators section. But the I has no connection whatsoever, so that's why I wasn't too worried about the I and having a standard 7-segment display with the decimal point where the I would normally be. And I figured that if someone is using an I, not a decimal point, I'm not too familiar, I need to probably research this some more. If it is using an I and a decimal point, it might be one or the other. It might be using I instead of decimal point, in which case you could potentially wire this line up to a decimal point line. I don't know, maybe it's possible. H, is that used for... I can't read that. A little bit of this other manual. Hold on, put it somewhere. Oh, I'll close that page. I think I'll close that page off. I've got a physical manual in front of me. I can't read what that says. I think it's the 1. Is it? I'm not sure what it is. What's that digit there? Let's find the physical manual. Then I should be able to read it from that, hopefully. Here we go. Okay, that's not I, that's a U. Right, it's a micro symbol, and that is the D for dB. That's what those are. Which is why I have a physical. You couldn't see it there. There you go. Now you can see it. That's what I'm talking about. So you can't read it here. So that's the micro symbol, and that's the D for dB, and the B's up here. So that's what that segment there is driving. So it's decimal point and those enunciators. So whether that's different in a 1071, 1081 as far as ones which are used in this I input. I do have, that's EEPROM code, it's just not a want. I don't have those manuals. I should probably try and find those manuals. If I can find the manuals for those, then I could probably try and reverse engineer that and figure that part out. See if it needs really some way of addressing that. I'm not too worried, but it might mean that some versions there won't be a decimal, and that might be important. What's the LED I'm using? We're in a 7-segment LED. Or do you mean the individual LEDs? We probably posted ages ago, I wasn't really looking. Yeah, that's right, Helmet. I believe, well, the difference between a 2532 and a 2732 is that there's 3 pins which are different. They are juggled around a little bit. So I did make an adapter up. I did mention it before in previous videos, maybe live stream, where I modified the pinout. No, I don't think it mentions it in the manual. I don't think it does. I think it's pin 19, 21, probably 19, 20, 21. I think those are the 3 pins that change around between the 2532 and the 2132. And I made an adapter up for it, so I can actually use a 2532 with a 2732 reader, so I can read the code off and write the code using a 2732 program set up on an EEPROM programmer, because the 2532 wasn't supported on the programmer. So I used that adapter. But as these use 2732s, it's likely, as you say, just a change in the code to allow for those 3 bits hopping around. So it might be a case of maybe so I think, how can I do that? Well, my program will be seeing it as a 2732 pinout, so I can probably, I don't know, it's got a different pinout when this goes into the board. I'll have to think about that. How I'll have to convert it, see if I can do like a direct side-by-side comparison between the 2 EEPROM sets to see if there's much of a difference between them. See if it's just purely that 1 bit swapping. I'll have to look at that. Maybe do a binary review or something, just do side-by-side binary review comparisons. But yeah, but anyway, so these particular ones, they're not listed. So it's the digits for those. I did make notes about this. On the processor board, digital board, the numbers are 290056, 290057, 290114. Was it 3? And the IEEE board was 290070. Those are the numbers on those. Was it 0070-19? MPU boards were those numbers with /A20. And the ones that are available don't match any of those. All the ones I've found for these Datrons aren't those numbers. So they aren't out there. So I'm definitely going to read those EEPROMs off and make them available, because they're just not there. And being 2732s as well makes it a bit more interesting, because it's obviously later. But this unit, I don't know if you've noticed it, I think I showed it in the stream before, maybe in the earlier streams. These have got like a double stack socket, which is a bit weird. It's like they maybe replaced the sockets because they weren't happy with the connections or something, and they've just sold the new sockets on top. It's a bit weird. There's no kind of links inside or changing around on the sockets, which is what I expect them to be, but there's nothing there. The voltages for the supplies for the EPROMs were usually around the writing voltages, so there'd be like 21 volts, 25 volts, and so on for the writing voltages on the EPROMs. The 25 series I've got in these, I believe they only run at 5 volts only. There's no extra supplies. I think the pinouts basically exactly the same. There's nothing particularly, these particular ones anyway, nothing particularly complex about them. But I did have a different pinout to the 2532s. But I could read and write them. I can do that. I can read and write them using a 2532 EPROM on a 2732 programmer with that adapter I made. Just swapping pins around. So it did actually work. I'll show you this. Let's pull this back up and I'll show you. Let's move this one back out of the way. Don't know whether you can see this. We should try. So you've got the 3 EPROMs in here, and they're stacked on top of other sockets. Don't know if you can see, but there's the original sockets in there. And it's got these other sockets on top, which have been soldered on. And there's no pin swapping going on that I can see. It all looks like it's just straight through. Which is interesting. The first thing I thought of when I saw those, I think, that must be adapters, but from what I can see, they're not. They're just straight through. It's a bit interesting. So I might have just tested because I've already calibrated this board. I've done the adjustment over here and the adjustment over here and the adjustment over here. I've already done this board on this one, so that's completed. This one's not calibrated yet. This one I'll need to finish doing capacitors on it first. So I've replaced those 2 caps, replaced these 2 caps, which you can kind of barely see in shot. Alright, so those ones there I've done, those ones there I've done. These are massive caps, so they're not actually the right ones, but they're the right value. They should be this kind of size, but I use what I had. And these ones I don't have, so I've got those ones on the way. Well, I've actually got all of them on the way. But yeah, once I can't really calibrate this board until I've got all the caps done. I've done all the power supply section in the back here, it's all done. And what I did as well is I stripped out 175 volt rail. So all the regulator stuff that's in the back, that's all in here. I stripped all of this out. There's none of that 175 volt rail left in there, it's all gone, taken it all out. So it doesn't need it, I've taken it out. So that's what's actually in the bag I've got over here. This bag here has got all the regulator circuitry in it. So the whole lot's in there. So I've got a complete set of spares for another unit one day when I get one, which may have a bad regulator, but a good display. Alright. APT diff. Can't say I've heard of it. Sounds like it's something I should look at. Is that PC only or is it Mac available as well? It's a proper website. All I'm seeing is download links. I'd rather get it straight from the original the original writers of the program. Do you have a website for that? All I'm really seeing is these third-party download links. I don't like using those. No, I'm not seeing anything here. They must have a website, surely. Yeah, I'm not seeing any actual create a website for it. Hext. I think I might have got that actually. I think Ian Johnston recommended that to me or something for the PC. Anything that works on Mac is better if I can keep using my main computer here, so messing around with the bloody laptop. I think it was only for PC, wasn't it? That one. If there's anything for Mac, that's great. If you know anything that works on Mac. Yeah, this looks familiar. So, yeah, I think I did download that for the PC. If there was any Mac versions, that'd be great. Oh, okay, thanks so much. Yeah, that's information. Yeah, okay. I mean, I missed a lot of the EEPROM days where I was quite late to the party, I suppose. I played them a little bit 30 years ago. In fact, it's starting to rain a little bit. My first forte into playing with EEPROMs and doing hex code. Never done it before. No experience with it. Doing hex or converting into binary and stuff. Never done it. And I was, what was I? 16, I think I was 16. 15, 16, that kind of age. A mate of mine was working, he's a bit older than me, not much older. He was working at a university and he said, he's been developing a conversion board for CB radios to add more channels to them using an EEPROM. And he said he's planning on going to the university next day to the lab where they've got a EEPROM programmer and he's going to write his EEPROM. And he told him about this and said, that sounds interesting. Tell me about it. How do you do the code? And he'd been working on this thing for months. Well, certainly weeks at least, maybe a month or so. And in his spare time, tinkering around with it. And he told me about it, and I had no experience with hex, didn't know how to use it. Base 15 stuff. No idea. I'd never been there, never done it. And he told me about using the hex and the binary conversions and the inputs, address lines, data lines, that sort of stuff. And the inputs to the EEPROM, the outputs to the EEPROM. And I kind of jumped on it, and that night, this is 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening, something like that. And I was at his place at the time, and I went home, sat down with some bits of paper, and wrote out the binary codes for each channel on a CB radio, the input channels, and as a input set, and then I wrote down all the codes for the outputs as well. So every single channel output for each band, so it'd be 40 channels per band, so that's 40 codes. And then I did, I think I ended up with 5 bands. Low, mid, high, UK band, another band which is like half a band. Plus we also had 10 kilohertz offset, so it's shifted up by a channel as well. So I think I had 10 bands, or up or something like 8 to 10 bands, which I wrote the individual binary codes out for, each one. Wrote them all out. I've still got them somewhere, actually. I've still got them. And then I had to sit down and work out all the hex code without a calculator. Did it all, worked it all out. I had no way of actually converting electronically or anything like that, just all by hand. So I wrote out all these codes for the inputs, the outputs, and everything for every single channel. And then we went to, I jumped with it. I said, next morning, I managed to catch him in the morning before we went. And I jumped and I bound up with him and went to the university. And he sat there and programmed his EEPROM, put all his code in. I sat down, programmed all my code. He couldn't believe I'd learnt how to do it overnight and written all the code and figured the whole lot out overnight. He couldn't believe I did it. I think it took me about 4 or 5 hours, something like that. And that was my first forte into playing with EPROMs, and that was, say, 30 years ago. And I did a little bit more. I didn't have an EPROM programmer. I just figured it out and how to do it, basically, and worked with it. But that was my experience with it. And then later on, when I came over to New Zealand, and I was playing with EPROM programming then, I bought an EPROM programmer. It's quite expensive. I think I only used it maybe a dozen times, and the software was then no longer supported. It became outdated, didn't work anymore. So that's why I've got about 3 or 4 EPROM programmers, because they keep being outdated. A bit annoying. But yeah, that's like my limited experience of EPROMs. But that was quite an interesting day. I think I was a lot smarter as a teenager than I am now. I picked up things a lot quicker. Anyway. Hicks Workshop. Okay, another option to look at. And yes, it's starting to rain. Okay. So I would like to do as much stuff on this computer as I can, rather than going to... Because the PC I use is a laptop, right? It's my wife's laptop. That I don't touch. That's, well, I do, but I need to fix it repeatedly. Her old laptop is one I use for doing the stuff you may see in videos on playing with stuff like logic analyzers, like the 0+ logic analyzers, stuff like that. Incidentally, I'm going to sell that. I've got 2 of those 0+ logic analyzers. I've got one I got a couple of years ago, and I've got one I got earlier this year. I'm going to keep that one. The one I got a couple of years ago, I'm going to sell that because I've never used it. I did a video on it, and I'm going to sell that. So I'm going to sell that. I'm going to sell the Tetronics 851. I was sitting at my desk which I did a repair on, which was donated to me. I'm going to sell that. I'm going to sell my old thermal camera, my little 60x60 resolution one. I'm going to sell that. So if you're in New Zealand and you're interested in bits and pieces, let me know, because I might be selling stuff. The G600 microscope, the one I got as a review item as well, which is pretty cheap. Not sure how much it's worth, not worth much. I'm going to sell that as well. I don't use it anymore. So I'm going to have a bit of a clear out as well. Just like mention that if you're in New Zealand and you're interested in getting some bits, I might be selling something interesting. So let's look. OXCD for Mac. Hey, yes, Mac update. Who is the Roaring Apps? That sounds promising. This is the download site, aren't I? Having bits of software to play around with is always good. Last update 2 years ago, and that's fine. High apparently works. Have to sign in or register to see screenshots. Yeah, okay, this is obviously a third-party site then, isn't it? Ah, here we go, manufacturer site. Doesn't exist anymore. Or at least that URL doesn't exist. Suave Tech. Right, I don't think much of a site. Icons with no real descriptions of what the hell they are. This is awful. Right. There's multiple about pages. Yeah, this is rubbish. Yeah, okay. What else was there? You installed an AD207. I hope you use my link, Fred. I hope you use one of my links. AD207 has a far superior microscope to the G600. Believe me, the G600 It's a, was it a $50 microscope, something like that. And it's okay. As if you're a beginner, you don't have a microscope, it'll be okay. But the quality and everything is just nowhere near the same. So, 8207, far better. Hicks Fiend. Did I miss one? I thought I saw another one mentioned here. Hex Workshop. I didn't look at that one up. You got a website as well. Excellent. It's always a good start. So there's random third-party download links, which I'll never trust. For Windows, yeah. I don't know anyway. Might be a good thing to look at. Maybe. Yeah, I'll look at it later on. I'll put it there as something to look at. Hicks Fiend, let's look that one up. By Ridiculous Fish. Interesting. Okay. And it's for Mac, so even better. Wow. Version 2.12, released in 2012. Well, that's previous version, so looks like it's fairly old. We'll see if it even works. It might be too old to work, but then I'm on an old system myself, so I can't update my system to the latest stuff anyway. I'm like 3 versions behind or something, so I'm not too worried about that part of it. Let's have a look at it. See if it will run. Yes, I want to open it anyway. Come on. Right. Can I open up one of the EEPROM programs? One of the EEPROMs for the Datron. Let's see if we can find one. So open up bin file. Let's open up this one here. Yeah, open it up. That's alright. Let's check this up here so you can see what I'm talking about. Swap some windows around. Top screen. There we go. So yeah, that works. That Hicks Fiend one worked. Opened up. How to use it? No idea. Is it adjustable? No. Signed. Hex. Oh, okay. Well, it works. I think I prefer that width. Anyway. So this is one of the EEPROMs from the Datron. Well, one of the other ones anyway. It's a 2900129 or 2900129A, which is what's in the other ones already fixed, which are available already online. So. Yeah, if I can find something for Mac, like this is obviously for Mac, but whether it has the feature set I need, I don't know yet. I have to maybe play around with it. Let's have another file up. Let's open this one up. 128. Can we do any comparisons or anything like that? Okay, yes, we can do comparisons. Cool. Nice. Because I'm comparing two completely different EEPROMs. So, what I could actually do, that's the SM18 to even 30, and I'll open another one up. Let's do a comparison, see if it will work. So that's that one. That's the 1987 code. For 1986 code for M30. This one here. Open that. Compare against that one. Is it? Nothing. There we go. There's differences here. So yes, there are definitely differences. To a point. Also, stop in a different place. This has got more code in it. So yes, definitely differences. So, yes, that's handy. It actually does allow me to do comparisons. Be nice if it did binary though, because it'd be the binary code I want to do comparisons on, then you can see if the column's changing, a particular bit. So it's a start, but it's not quite what I'm after, because I can't see binary. Yeah. So a preference in here. Yeah, leave it alone. Okay, well it's something. It does kind of do the job. Okay, Dave, thanks for dropping by. Catch you later. Right. I'm sure, if I sat down and did some research on it and just actually did some proper searching and tried a few different things out, I'd find something which would allow me to do what I want to do. Beyond compare. Okay, let's have a look at that now. If I put all the letters in, it'd be helpful. Scooter software. Is that the one? It says multi-platform, so it's looking promising. Is that more file-based though? I'm just looking at the webpage now, just trying to understand what we can do. Compares folders. Text editor. Compare files. Text compare of coded files too. Okay, it's looking promising. Right, let's download it. Download for Mac. Hopefully. It hasn't downloaded yet. I clicked on it. Oh, come on. Just click on that one. There we go. Click on a different place. Now it's downloading. 27 meg. Right. My stream's behaving really well today. I'm really pleased. It's back to how it should be. My speeds. It's great. I'm actually surprised since holidays and stuff. More people around here. People come here for a holiday. Download is finished. Let's have a look at this one, see if we can do it. Okay. Let's forget to use this thing, shall we? Let's have a look at this. Here it is. Text compare. I guess we want that one, do we? And open a file up. You want data sheets and stuff. Let's go in here, manuals, Datron. Let's compare that one there, the M30. Okay. It's having a moment. I think I crashed it. Not a good start. No, it still crashed. Give it a minute. Let it settle down. Hex dot. Okay. Well, right now it's not looking wonderful because it's crashed. On 5G, nice. Well, I'm running an old Apple phone, so I mean I'm on 4G at best. At best. This is like it's fried. Maybe it's because of binary format and it's not liking some of the characters in it. Let's try it again. Try doing it a different way. Don't want else. Text details. What line numbers? Compare files using hex compares. This is what I need to do. Potentially. Well, let's try this again, shall we? Let's try the M31 again, same one I did before. Okay, no crash this time. Excellent. Oh, hold on. I've still got. No, I've got something here. No, we're good again. Right, how do I compare this one? Let's compare it with this one. Here we go. Right. Like anything, you have to just figure out how to use it. bit slow to scroll. It's struggling. But it's showing all the hex differences. Does it do binary though? That's the thing I really want, is binary comparisons. But you know, if I can get something that's binary comparison, because then you can check bits. You can see if bits have been swapped over and shit like that. You know, that's really what I want. Yeah, we're doing a comparison now, so I've got this bit working. Okay, but is there a way I can tell it to do binary comparisons? Showing binary differences. It mentions binary difference down here. Format. Let's see that stuff. Don't think it's in that, is it? Version? Nah. Well, it's also doing, you know, the hexadecimal conversion. That's all right, but doesn't seem quite the same. Oh, keep looking. Yeah, well, trying to do the juggling in textual format, to me, I don't. Textual stuff I struggle with a bit. I can't actually. I'm not good at text, right? So trying to do those kind of manipulations, not really in my head. But if I'm looking at patterns, I can see patterns. So if I can see a pattern of, you know, this column has been transposed with that column, to me that would be easier to see. Which is why, although it's going to be a clunkier format, a binary view would be ideal. Because in this particular situation, I want to see if columns have been swapped. Whereas in hex, that may not be so obvious. You might see like a, you know, 3F versus 4F or something different, whatever it would be. I don't know, 1F versus 2F, for example. You might see you got, you know, the first, second column swapped around, but yeah, that's not quite what I'm looking for. Yeah, I'll figure something out anyway. That's all right. So I think I've covered what I want to cover today as far as stream. And yeah, I think it's been pretty good. The main thing I wanted to do is show you guys the outcome of the Datron, so you actually had something to show. Well, you had an idea of what we achieved. You know, from last week's reverse engineering, and well, a couple of weeks ago, reverse engineering, and I played around with it last week and just trying to make things work a bit better and trying to tweak the driver board and actually get the thing working, installing it, and then the final outcome of what we had to, you know, what I achieved during the week was to redesign the enunciators and so on and do that stuff. So that's good. So I've still got these two Datrons that still need some work, you know. It's still not finished. Yeah, if you can find something, it'd be great. I mean, obviously I need to sit down and research it as well, really. I need to kind of sit down and do it. I know I did have a poke around it a couple of times. Nothing obvious came up. But yeah, preferably Mac. That's my main preference because I can just do it on here without messing around. And I want to see binary and hex. Binary is the one I really want to see because in that case you can do comparisons, like I say. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'll have a look at that program in a bit more detail. I'll play with some more and try and figure it out a bit more. Obviously, I don't have a clue right now. So yeah, I will actually look at that. But yeah, so obviously both those Datron still need some more work. Wait for the capacitors turn up. I can't really do much more until I get those parts turn up, which might be a week or two. I do have the rack old Dana there, the 2101, that gigahertz frequency counter, with the channel C, which is dead, nothing at all coming through. A little bit concerning, but it may be nothing. Or it could be someone's overdriven the front end and completely destroyed it. Don't know. Yeah. I'm sure it's something else I was thinking of. Got some MacBooks to fix still. Haven't done them for a while. I had them sitting there for a year underneath my desk, just tucked under there. I did all the easy ones, and the ones I've left over are now the hard ones, the ones which are a bit tricky to solve. Okay, thanks Christian, that'd be helpful. Heathkit. Online version I'm not too worried about. I mean, I'd prefer to have standalone software if possible, but if there's an online version which I can use on the Mac, then that's probably okay as well. It's not like it's something I need to keep the result off. I just need to sort of probably sit there and just go, oh, okay, I can see these are swapped, and so I know what's going on. That's the kind of thing I want to look for. So Heathkit. Let's have a look for that. I think I spelled that right. Yes. Oh yes. New Heathkit version has been downloaded and can be used now even offline. Ooh, okay. Interesting. So let's open a file. I'll drop this on the other window in a second once I've got this played with a little bit. Let's have a quick look. Grab the M30 file. There we go. Screen there. Binary display over here. Tools. So this is for viewing an individual file. Do you see anything here about doing comparisons? So this obviously allows to do individual checks, which is fine. There you go, 0, 0, that's fine, and OA, yep. So this is basically an online hex editor with binary display, but yeah, there's nothing that I can see there for comparing. It's nice, isn't it, though? The other thing that occurred to me, if I were to get particularly fussy about this, I suppose, is I could write my own. I'll show you something. Let's find it. I shall show you something. I have to get in the other window so you can see it. This is something I built a while ago. This is my CB radio simulator. So you choose a POL number for the CB radio. For those that might want to know about the Galaxy ones, for example, it could be a NT14506 kind of thing, right? Could be. And it gives the binary code here, and it gives the internal frequencies and hex code, stuff like that for the programming numbers. So this is something I built a while ago myself. And encode converter, need to do that stuff. Although, because I was kind of self-taught in this, I've actually self-taught myself backwards. So I do LSB to MSB, not the other way around. So my way my head works is the opposite way around. So that's confusing for some people, I'm sure. But I do have this thing built into it. So decimal code with the binary listed in. So these are things which I had made. Yeah, so I'm actually wondering if maybe I should make something to do a conversion. I don't really have the time, that's the problem. Don't really have the time. But I could make some software to do that, potentially, to actually do file comparisons and display the binary from each file for each bit, possibly. Okay. Right, anyway, I'm going to call it a day. I'm getting pretty hungry. My throat's getting pretty sore from all the talking. At least I've got fresh coffee. Thanks to my wife. See, good wife. Yeah, okay, I'm going to call it a day. So, I've got one more week off work, then I'm back at work again. I've got some other projects I need to do. I've got to do some work in the mother home. I've got to put some curtain rails up in there, and I also got to do some work on the wireless networking system in there as well. I've got to build some units in, so I need to kind of do that this week. So I'm probably going to put a hold on everything else I'm doing as other little projects and just leave those to one side for now. Plus I'm waiting for those capacitors anyway. Calculator program, okay. Yeah. Because I need something to compare two files, so that's what I really need, is something to compare one file against another file in a binary format. You know, so that's kind of what I need. So I can compare EPROMs and check for swap bits. Yeah. Anyway, so I've got these other projects to get on with, so I need to stop playing with these Datrons for a little while and do some actual work. And thanks to everyone for dropping by. Give us a thumbs up. Don't forget to do that before you leave, if you haven't already done that. And if you're new to the channel, you haven't subscribed before, then subscribe, get the bell icon, get notifications. I need to say that stuff at the beginning of the videos, really, not at the end, but I always do it at the end because that's when I think of it. Hex comp. Okay, I'll check that one out as well. Thanks for that. Okay, I'll catch you later. Thanks for dropping by. And, no, that's this big picture. Yeah, thanks for dropping by and having a chat, and it's always really good. Catch up with everyone. Yeah, I want a binary view though, because binary is how I can interpret it easier. So that's why I want a binary view. Yeah. Who knows, if I can't find anything suitable, I might have to make something. It is possible I could make something. I do have the means to do so. Yeah. Okay, right. I'll catch you later. Thanks for dropping by, and I'll see you when I do the next stream, whenever that's going to be. I've got a whole bunch of work coming up on weekends in a couple of weekends' time. So next weekend I'll probably, maybe a stream next weekend, we'll see. But in a couple of weekends' time I'll start working for, well, be busy on weekends. So for, I think it's 2 months, I don't get a weekend off, something like that. So, I don't get a day off for 2 months, basically. So it gets busy again, summertime. So, alright, thanks for dropping by. Catch you later. And I'll see you next one, probably.